we'll just give everyone a minute to get their headphones on and wake up for the morning. Perfect. I think most everyone can hear me all right. Yeah, perfect. Just give a few stragglers time to switch channel. All right, perfect. GM, yep. Maybe just a couple more minutes so everyone can get on the right channel. Hello? Yep. You're looking for red. Just give everyone a minute still. It's flashing red. You want all red. Yep, can you hear me now? Perfect. All right. I think we've got most everyone on board now, so I think we can probably get started here. So GM, if you don't know what that means, you probably don't lurk in crypto Twitter and Discords enough, but GM's good morning. And so it's great to see you all. There's a few familiar faces from last night. I'm glad you managed to make it on time this morning, looking fresh-faced enough. Like many of you, I've been doing a bit of networking over the last few days. But I don't love it as a pastime. It's not my favorite pastime. And so I try to make it easier where possible. And I often get people coming up saying, where'd you work? And so I figured that the T-shirts we've been handing out didn't have a big enough logo, so I went for the big font today. Hopefully that dispels any uncertainties, and you'll all know exactly who I am. Although I'm sure a few people will still ask, do you work at Fabric, or are you just a big fan? So crowd work's pretty tough when you can't actually communicate with each other and you're wearing headphones. So my job today is your MC. I'll just be here on the stage, making sure that you're always showing up on time, not missing a minute of the action, all the sessions we've got going today. The seats have been filling up the last couple of days, so it does pay to be on time. A little bit about myself. I used to study chemistry. I researched nanomaterials in chemical engineering labs. Left all that behind to join Fabric a couple of years ago as an investor. At Fabric, we look at basically everything Web3, open web. So that's from infrastructure, layer 1 blockchains, layer 2 scaling solutions, privacy layers, dev tooling, analytics, of course DeFi, so everything from swaps, aggregators, wallet plays, just across the board, and then future of work and future of sort of communities. So that's identity aggregation. I can see some portfolio here hanging out. Decentralized hiring, the future of human potential, or of course my own primary area of focus, which is media entertainment. So that's games, game infrastructure, particularly the economic actors which reside within those economies, as well as basically anything else consumer-facing that isn't directly decentralized finance. Or more broadly, sort of empowering creators to unshackle themselves from the systems of control that they find themselves pinned under. So for those of you that joined us Monday and Tuesday, hopefully you know by now this is CogX. But for those of you that are just joining, this is the 6th annual CogX Festival and Leadership Summit. Over the last 2 years, we've been doing sort of virtual and last year hybrid sessions. But we're back in person now. There's over 100 sessions, over 200 speakers. There's 4 stages, 2 here in Aga Khan and in the Samsung building as well. And we're still addressing the question, which is how do we get the next 10 years right? In case you haven't had a chance to peruse the full list yet, just to whet your appetite, there's a quick taster of topics that's happening on the other stages. We've got climate, cybersecurity, ethics and society, fintech and financial services, Generation Z, the global economy, health and well-being, startup to IPO, and of course, the Global Leadership Summit stage, although that requires a special, I don't know if you've seen around, a special GLS pass with the black lanyards for the special attendees. For the full agenda and list of speakers, you can go to cogxfestival.com. Or refer to, there's various screens dotted around the place that will show you the agenda. Please download the CogX app if you want to do networking, and all the sessions are recorded, and you can catch them back on there. And if you're interested in any of the books that some of the speakers have out now, then you can go to the bookstore, blackwells.co.uk. If you're sharing on social media, then feel free to use the hashtag CogXFestival2022 to let your followers know what's going on here. Now, This stage is the Open Web Forum. Hopefully, you're aware of that. And that's not a surprise to any of you. We've been running this event at Fabric for since 2017, bringing together the smartest minds in the open web to share, disagree, have creative abrasion with each other, but also tapping into CogX's more traditional audience. So that's government policymakers, enterprise execs, academics, to try and onboard more great thinkers into our space, and to try and address some of the most pertinent issues facing us now, of which clearly there are still many. In terms of the agenda, we open, well, we're supposed to be at 10 a.m., but in about 5 minutes or so when I finally shut up, with how we're going to beat the bear. Or if you want to try the tongue twister version it's WAGBB, W-A-G-B-B, something like that. Followed up by a panel on the way we DAO, so tools to build great decentralized autonomous organizations at 11:30. After that, there's a bit of a lunch break, and then we come back for a quadruplet of talks, a smorgasbord of disquisition, if you will. Opening that is Alex Shevchenko from Aurora on how to build attractive ecosystems for both developers and users. That's at 2 p.m. And then Jeremy Miller, the Chief Development Officer at Consensus, will talk to us about what's next after the $1 trillion crash, or at this point, perhaps a little more than $1 trillion crash. So that's at 2:25. And then Yael, a product manager and blockchain researcher at Starkware, will be telling us what they're building at CogX and Starknet at 2:50. And just a little hint, what they're building is really, really cool. And then the final in the back-to-backs will be Sharif Abushadi, the education lead at NIA, who is talking to us about how we can make education both profitable and equitable. So that's at 3:15. Then there's a little break to shake off your legs, grab a coffee, before we return at 4:30 for the final session, which is the fireside I think we've all been waiting for. Marique Flamand, the CEO of NIA Foundation, sits down with Richard Muirhead to talk about the topic for the Open Web Forum, which is, of course, the open web. Now, speaking of Richard, the chairman and managing partner at Fabric, more affectionately known by some as 0x Rickster, he's a serial entrepreneur, now storied investor who apparently never sleeps, but still manages to run 10K every day. I don't know if you got your 10K in today. Just 3K. And he'll be kicking us off in a moment. So while the market pendulum is swinging bearish, this is not the first bear market that we've witnessed, and definitely not the last that we shall witness. In fact, for Fabric Ventures, some of the best investments we've ever made were made during the bear market. It's the best opportunity to invest during market turmoil. So in this keynote, Richard will walk us through his approach to wrestle with the bear and how we can build back better. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you. Hi, can people hear me? A few nods. I must confess this is my first experience with these little headphones. Welcome to my kind of little living room. It's quite fun and cozy in here. And I'm sorry to wrestle you away first from Ian, who I think sounded like, although I couldn't hear it super clearly, was doing a really good job of teeing up the day, as he always does. So, yeah, I think it's fair to say, and this is probably a good thing, that we're definitely feeling reflective, given the state of the markets in general, the world in general, but also specifically what's happening with digital assets, or crypto as we like to call it. And I'm not going to make out for a minute that there's any silver bullet, magic potion to getting through this, other than perhaps trying to master your emotions, retain equanimity in the face of both the ups and the downs, and how I've felt that translates into the process of business building and the process of working with business builders. And the other reflection I guess I have, I should get used to looking down here at this little cheat screen down here. The other reflection that I guess I would have is that when and we'll come back to this a little bit, I've been through a few ups and downs in terms of the overall macro picture. And my first such experience was up through the dot-com boom, when I'd sort of built my first software company with my brother Charlie, who runs CogX in general, and we're extremely happy to be able to contribute this little kind of open, decentralized thread within it. We built that company, and as we'll see in a chart in a second, the prices of things went up incredibly high. And then they came down pretty fast. And at that point in time, I joined a US firm called Accel Partners that was coming in tokens, ones that are actually not tradable at all, like soul-bound tokens. Some might have seen work on that, how you bake reputation into tokens that stay with an individual. So, we're just at the beginning of that level of innovation. And even then, if you compare the volatility, yes, it's very high compared to other asset classes. It's not entirely incomparable to some of the drawdown we've seen in the rest of the stock market in general. So we're not dismissing it. It's a real thing to cope with. But I just wanted to reflect upon the fact that it's kind of an essential part of what has been baked into the capabilities of Web3. I guess it's also fair to say, it's good to reflect on this when you're on an entrepreneurial journey, that you can become extremely fixated upon the specifics of your particular project. So, when you start a company, you're told that the most important thing is to be focused extremely diligently on the success of that company, how you're going to craft the product, the team you're going to build, how you're going to take it to market, how you're going to work out how it will scale when you've taken it to market, how you build up, moats of defensibility around it over time. But there are sometimes larger forces at work, and you have to be able to step back with the equanimity I was referring to and think about what is happening in the world at large. And I would say that there's an unprecedentedly large number of times that the word unprecedented is being used in the press at the moment pertaining to what is going on. And I think we have to acknowledge that. And I think I'm not here to give you a kind of a news flash or to give you a lesson in macroeconomics, but these factors, the economic ones, the political ones, which to highlight include also the regulatory question within crypto, that is the uncertainty around how it will be dealt with in different spheres, and of course is going to be exacerbated by the issues that we've seen around stable coins. In Europe, there's been this question whether or not there should be more regulatory pressure and controls because of the issue pertaining to the environment. And that's something that the community has worked hard to see off. I personally think that this is something that is an overblown threat or an overblown challenge to the legitimacy of Bitcoin, because that actually all of the work that goes into to developing the systems that support proof of work for Bitcoin are predominantly around optimizing the supply to be from renewable sources, energy that is typically ring-fenced, and to make sure the systems are as energy efficient as possible, which in turn drives the efficiency of computer systems across the world in general. And I think if you did a broad analysis of the banking system and really took into account all of its impact on the environment and compared it to that of Bitcoin, it would actually come out quite favorably. So I think this is a red herring. Nonetheless, I think it is definitely the case that the industry would like to be regulated and wants to be proactive about doing that in an intelligent way that can allow for innovation to continue, but also protect folks who might be not as well informed as they should be about the risks that get involved, but also not to go against one of the core principles of, let's call it the Web3 movement, which is that these are open and permissionless systems that should democratize the access to participation in them and the benefits of owning a piece of these different digital networks. And so, we don't want to inhibit that either. And we actually have put together something that isn't launched yet, but it's called DAPA, Digital Asset Policy Alliance, with some of our kind of partners, not believing that we have the answer or that there will only be one answer or one work stream around this, but where we think that the best way to demonstrate that we can be part of the solution is to get up and start being proactive about it. And so I think we've spoken about some of the environmental questions, but obviously there's a knock-on of the political situation in terms of the supply chain around food in particular, and then a knock-on effect on commodity prices globally. So the situation is moving away from those kind of somewhat dramatic slides, is pretty dramatic. And personally speaking, I would have said that given that we're still all chattering about whether or not we've reached the bottom from an economic perspective or reached the bottom from a market or a crypto market perspective, I don't think we're really anywhere near the bottom, because normally people have stopped talking about that at the time at which you reach the bottom. And I think the chatter hasn't even reached a crescendo. Nonetheless, if we step back and look at the kind of the picture in terms of crypto prices over the longer term, I think that, and it is a longer term picture, obviously sort of decade plus, I think you can see that there's a cyclicality, and some people would say that's connected to the Bitcoin halving, at least in part, or at least catalyzed by it. But generally speaking, the trend has been up and to the right, and that we can perhaps see that there's some reduction in the gap, the volatility between the highs and the lows. And from a venture perspective, that this is the time frames that we kind of think about. We are meant to be patient, diligent, long-term investors. We're meant to be there, supporting the entrepreneurs when things do get tough, either because things haven't worked out specifically in their project the way they expected to do, or if there's market, forces at work that, make life particularly tricky. And on top of that, either from a builder's perspective and thinking about, is this the right time to be trying to do something? And I've already commented, I think it can be a great opportunity to get your work in and build a project. Or from the perspective of investing, is this a great time to be deploying capital behind these talented founders? Our experience shows that that's the case. So, all of these different projects are ones that we have backed within, should we say, the lull in the prices back in the back end of 2018, 2019, early 2020. And, if you took them, and we haven't got the exact number here, but we did run them. If you take the overall performance of our 2017 fund and you take these particular investments, as a slice, they outperformed the fund in general, quite significantly. So there's a real opportunity for us to back great founders and for founders to build, great projects from those particular moments in time. So I think there's reason for optimism over that time frame, and actually. I'm not sure necessarily what this says, other than the fact that the NASDAQ peak in value was extraordinarily high back at the turn of the century. But certainly, I personally have lived through some of those cycles, and this is referring to the companies that we built. So Charlie and I built Orchestream together. Axel was a firm that I joined. Then we built another one in the face of the through the great financial crash of 2008. And then Firestarter is the firm that was Web 2 focused, that has evolved and morphed and ended up with the Fabric Ventures franchise that we're building today. So we've had our own journey through these ups and downs ourselves. And if we're sitting there thinking what it is that ultimately makes the difference between the projects that you want to back, that you want to work with, the projects that are going to really make it through, that are going to make it, then it does come at the end of the day from a feeling you get with working with some of the founders, and one of them at least is sitting here in the audience, so I can feel very directly a reflection of that. It's you get a feeling working with the greatest founders of a balance between, and we have a kind of Plato and Aristotle up here in this picture, a balance between highly cerebral approach to working out what to do next, and something that is like gritty and built from experience. Kind of broadly, the kind of two schools of thought of Plato and Aristotle. You get an inner confidence about what, where they want to go and the decisions they want to make, and taking their own counsel. But you also get this humility and this openness to feedback and conversation. That you get, incredibly technical, capabilities and insight into the potential for technology, but you also get, a creativity and an ability to think laterally around, what you're going to do, and you get an ability to be extremely diligent and hardworking and serious, but generally speaking, and this is true in this particular case as well, an ability to be playful. And to help us put together, for example, a five-a-side football match, which we did. So, I think, and you could go on, but I think it is those characteristics, those subtle characteristics that come from working with the people themselves that you're looking for. And I think also probably is a good way of thinking about how you want to seek to be yourself in these kind of challenging times. And the title here is How to Cut Through the Clutter. And I guess the point is that equanimity, that balance that you can try and achieve in all of those different dimensions helps you try and make just marginally more good decisions than bad, and to try and not get distracted by all of the things that are going that you should not be getting distracted by, including your own emotions. The other thing that we do to try and focus on the things that will get us through and bring us through to success is, look, and this is, there's always this sort of seesaw in the evolution of a sort of technology wave between, the killer app that's going to take off next and is going to actually drive the success of the entire wave, and that, originally might be, say, Bitcoin as digital gold, or it might be decentralized finance as the solution to getting rid of all those horrible bankers, or it might be, NFTs as sort of a representation of art that is, democratized and can maybe give people access to something that is, personally interesting to them and drive great revenues for the auction houses. It's always the contemporary art with that freely available supply that does that. Or maybe it's, let's go to the next step. It's profile pic NFTs that can represent our identity within the metaverse. And importantly, take with us characteristics of ourselves into the metaverse and allow us to transact from our, Ethereum wallet attached to that identity, which is kind of the direction things are going. Anyway, we get excited about these applications, but then, of course, the market ebbs and flows, and we think, gosh, is it really going to play out the way we think it is? And the answer is, ultimately, all of those, I think, are great applications. And we may feel a little dismal about them now, but they'll all have a resurgence. But the other thing you can do is from an investment and from a building perspective, is to focus on the core building blocks, the components that are going to be required whichever application succeeds. So Argent, which is indeed in our portfolio, great entrepreneurial team led by Itamar, and they're building a smart contract-based wallet optimized for mobile and with low transaction costs and high throughput, and that's a great component that's going to really, whatever direction the application takes, is going to win out. And then Morales, which helps developers get into the still very complex area of Web3 app development, but with levels of abstraction that facilitate that. So whichever application they're building, developers are going to need ways of coming onboarding. So I think investing in the kind of the future, roots of future success, building those things is going to be very important. So, why should such entrepreneurs work with us? So I thought on that basis, or to kind of try and answer that question, it was worthwhile reflecting upon how we think about our mission. So venture capitalists, I was going to say, has become a kind of a bit of a sort of dirty phrase, especially within the Web3 space. But maybe it's always been, it was, vulture capitalist is a kind of throwaway phrase that was used sort of, a long time ago. Now look, I think personally, venture capital is a very worthy pursuit because there's a lot of things you can do with your capital that are just about preserving it and covering your ass in case you lose any of it. Or you can actually try and optimize the system of allocating capital in risky ventures that have a chance of moving the world forward on a number of dimensions. So I think that's very worthwhile. And we started our kind of move into venture capital from a background of having built different companies, as you saw in an earlier slide, Orkstream and Tideway and so forth. And so we have a little bit of that builder DNA within us. And then on the other hand, we don't want to dismiss it, but being a venture capitalist, as you discover when you start becoming an angel investor or a seed investor or whatever, like any good space, is incredibly tough. A lot of people might look at it and say, hey, looks pretty easy. People give you money, you give other people money, and then later it comes back to you, multiplied several times over. It's competitive, it's tough, there's many dimensions to it. Often your teams are quite tight and small, relatively speaking, so it's tough. And so we've taken those experiences, though, and adapted them for Web3. We've been inspired by one of the core words used within Web3, which is that these networks are all composed of different contributors who bring something to the table. They might be people who run nodes on the network. They might be people who are, serving in DAOs for sort of governance and dispute resolution. They might be people who are developing the, core public goods or developing applications. They might be people who are delivering capital and also doing some of those other things. It's a much more participatory, contribution-focused type of network that you build with a blurring of the lines. And so we thought that sort of venture contributor was a good way of summarizing that and thinking about it. And so that reflects, in many respects, our mission. And for us, that means that we can't, we shouldn't just sit back. We need to do the things that we've always done to try and contribute to what's going on in the space. And so here is a kind of a little teaser of the State of the Open Economy report that we've been building that's going to be coming out shortly. I was going to say it's around 150 pages at the moment, as if that's a good thing, but probably that means we need to do some hard work and get it down to about 100 pages. And we're doing that to try and synthesize it, and it focuses on a number of different topics. And I'm excited that you'll have an opportunity to get hold of it, and even more excited that you'll have an opportunity to give us feedback on it. And we did a couple of reports way back at the beginning of the last bear. And we hope now that we've scaled up a little bit as a firm, sort of 20 plus people, that we'll be able to kind of keep this up more consistently. So super excited about that. That's a reflection of the building work that we've done historically. It's really understanding the market, trying to come halfway towards the entrepreneurs so that you can have a high bandwidth conversation about what it is that they're building. And then they can have confidence there might be the partner that you want. This clicker, this clicker was jumping ahead. There we go, here we go. And so, topics in there are like, how is games has been one of the areas that obviously has got great traction within Web3 recently. The play-to-earn phenomenon, now going through a little bit of a kind of a rethink, a reflection on how sustainable some of those economies are. I'm still optimistic that when you work on the game mechanics and you work on the in-game economies, that those are going to come out the other side. We had Alex Larson from Sky Mavis talk at our Investor Day on Monday, for example. And then and I think actually that the infrastructure being built around those games, the kind of app store equivalents and the way distribution is going to work and how you layer social engagement on top of those games is most likely going to lead to something even broader than just games. That may well lead to some really powerful app store equivalents for the Web3 world, or really powerful social media layers that will upturn today's TikTok, Instagram, and the rest of it. That's a very real prospect, and not just if you're Elon coming along and buying Twitter and maybe trying to decentralize that, which also could be a fun thing to do. Then Developer tooling, we've talked about a little bit. We're also helping in that area through our CogX program, really trying to invest in people. I'm going to be in danger of mentioning the same founder again because he's come through that program from the very earliest stages, backing people at the idea stage. We think that's crucial as well, and there's great opportunity for us and for them if we do that. And then we're also, although governance is, quite possibly an organization of people, individual decision making is hard enough. Decision making by lots of people at the same time exponentially more challenging. The rewards from instantiating that into DAOs, where you can codify the rules of the game, and hopefully kind of optimize those systems for different types of DAOs around service provision, around expertise, around treasury management. There's a whole range of areas of innovation that are going on, but around finding jobs, for example. So all of those different things are very exciting, and we just saw there's a reflection on crypto Twitter, if you can find it, about sort of a discussion on what to do with an investor who the DAO felt had not delivered on their original stated contribution to the network, and whether or not they should be allowed to continue to participate. Anyway, there's fresh ground, new frontiers being pushed back in terms of how this should all kind of play out, and some really difficult decisions being made within the context of these DAOs. And I think that's a good thing. If it's all going to be plain sailing, we're probably not doing anything particularly innovative. And so people are probably thinking hard about how these constructs should work, and I'm optimistic they'll be a big part of the future. And if anybody's going to reflect, oh my God, it's looking dismal right now, I don't even believe that I want to take this moment to take a breath and build and build out my next venture, because how much future opportunity is there? The bottom line is that there's a proverbial herd of interest, of institutional investors, of talent, of app developers, of individual users who can participate in these new open, permissionless, more fair, more equitable, and ultimately more lucrative and benevolent networks. And that herd has only just started to come into play. We're just a couple, maybe less than 1% of the way through that process. So I think that the opportunity is as great as ever, and we will be knuckling down and trying to get philosophical about our decision making and how we spend our time, and we hope that you in the audience and you who might be listening afterwards do the same. And if you've got something exciting to talk to us about, then you can find us Twitter DMs or Telegram, or even better, loop Ian and I in together, and we'll make sure we get something done. Thanks very much for your time.
Cheers, Richard. I think that's exactly what we needed at a time like this, where it can all feel a bit doomsday and dire, but just remember that the herd is coming. So that's a little break for us now. We come back at 11:30, and that's for DAO tooling. So make sure to be here on time, but feel free to shake your legs, catch another stage, grab a coffee, and we'll see you in a bit. Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Hello? Hello? Yeah, good. If we just give a minute for everyone to get settled and sorted. A couple people switching channels, a couple people switching on. If you do see someone struggling, just help them a bit to get to the red channel, and then it should be working. But I think we're getting there. So this is the final session until we have a break for lunch. It's how to DAO, building tools for decentralized autonomous organizations. This panel is going to be moderated by my good friend and colleague at Fabric Ventures, Finn Brinkman. He's a fount of knowledge when it comes to everything community building and DAO tooling. So I think this is the perfect panel for him to moderate. So if we give them a big round of applause.
You already did that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we did. It's silent.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
Nice.
I wanted this one.
Okay, well.
Welcome in.
Can I have some?
Great picture of you, Wojtek. Hi, everyone. Nice that everyone came today. Today we'll be speaking about DAOs and DAO tooling. We have some very fine DAO contributors and DAO tooling builders here in the panel today. Before kind of diving into the introductions, I'll kind of define what a DAO is, what they've been used for in the past, and like why you would require DAO tooling in the past. DAOs stand for Decentralized Autonomous Organizations. Some people call it group chats with bank accounts, but generally, what you can do, what you can call it, is a large organization of people that come together for a shared purpose. We've seen tons of different DAOs spin up in the past few years, very popular within Web3, and overall, they've been used to do anything from collecting assets and collecting NFTs, building products and primitives, even things like bidding on the Constitution within the Constitution DAO in a recent auction. And yeah, so I guess just kind of leading over to what kind of size we're talking about in terms of DAOs. Overall, there's about $7.6 billion in assets and treasuries in DAOs today. At least last time I checked before, I guess the price went down another 10%. And then there's roughly over 650,000 active contributors to DAOs. That includes people that have made proposals or kind of voted in different governance proposals. And overall, that kind of gives you an indication of, I guess, still how early we are in terms of what scale we're talking about. So why do we need DAO tooling? Mostly, like I said, hundreds of different organizations, usually these DAOs individually, can reach up to, I guess, thousands of different contributors, and there's definitely a need to kind of coordinate the different people in these DAOs to kind of service this shared purpose. There's things like the legal structures that need to be accounted for, accounting, you need to know, I guess, the identity and reputation of different members of these DAOs and how you kind of service that, how you actually reward the right people that are contributing to these DAOs, pay them out, and all sorts of kind of different tools around decision making and how you kind of direct this large crowd into the right direction. That being said, I'm happy to kind of introduce our panelists. I'll let you guys kind of speak a little bit about who you are, what you're working on, and I'll just start with Florent over here.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Florent, currently Director of Product at Messari. Messari is a crypto data aggregator and research platform. I've been working at Messari for a bit more than 3 years now. Actually was introduced by Fabric Venture to Messari, so I'm glad to be here today. We at Messari interact in a couple ways with DAOs. We've built a governance aggregator product that basically aggregates the DAOs that exist, the tools they use, and the proposals that are happening across the space. And we also have a protocol services kind of business arm where we sell kind of reporting and investor relationship function to DAOs.
Thank you. Moving on to Wojtek.
Nice. My name is Wojtek. I'm a founder of Mazury CogX company, so we've been supported by Fabric since day zero. We're building reputation layer for DAOs, Web3 contributors, and in general, we're experimenting in how your professional reputation will be looking like in a world of Web3, open APIs, NFTs, and whatever else. So. We want to support DAOs. We want to deliver the best talent to DAOs. We're helping already really cool Web3 startups to hire. We'll be talking today. I will be talking today about how can you, represent yourself while working for DAOs and while contributing to them.
Thank you.
I'm Rory, and I'm working on Noble, which is a project to make SaaS work for DAOs. And so a lot of these organizations are kind of, concerned about finance and other interesting projects, but they all still use Google, Notion, GitHub, and all the normal SaaS software. And so what we're trying to do is make it so that the fine-grained permissioning of who can access and the kind of custody and payment of these things, if the company doesn't have a credit card, phone number, or address, because they're not a company, how can they leverage the best kind of, of software in the cloud?
Okay, thank you very much, Rory. So now you have an idea of kind of who we're speaking with here. I guess diving right in, we'll start, I guess, on the more negative side of things, like what are the kind of problems we see today in DAOs? While DAOs enable, I guess, a very much lower barrier of entry for people contributing to products, working at companies, and actually helping build out, I guess, Web3 as we call it today. There's always a question between kind of how do you have the trade-off between the efficiency of centralization and targeted groups working full-time on a product versus a very decentralized open organization. And I guess onto the speakers, what are kind of the ways that you see large DAOs working today, and how do you see this trade-off kind of being met in between decentralization and centralization? I guess we can start with Rory on that one.
Sure. So I guess my thoughts here are that this kind of structure, if it's easy to define, won't work for every type of business purpose. So if you imagine something that you create like Uniswap, if you've come across that, once it's written, it kind of just runs, and people don't need to maintain it that often, but maybe there's small parameters like how much should we charge for a trade. That's something that a lot of people want to be involved in because it's a financial system that's being used by millions of people. But otherwise, the system itself doesn't change a lot and doesn't require many teams that interact with the real world. The entire thing is on the blockchain, and it doesn't. It's kind of it's stateless. It kind of runs itself, and then you can have a lot of people vote on a small change, and that works quite well. And I think then you can involve quite a lot of people. Imagine like all the shareholders of Tesla or something voting on every little piece of the car. That would be inefficient. Whereas for a finance tool that doesn't change every day, and it's kind of decentralized, I think it works quite well. And so if you were to try and build a company that interfaces with the real world a lot, I think that would be more difficult to make decentralized and have everybody participate in governance, because then you just wouldn't be able to move as fast as you would in a dictatorship of kind of the normal company where you have a CEO. And so I think there are a lot of DAOs that kind of spun up over the course of the prices rising in crypto, a lot of people leaving the big corps and trying to go into crypto, and then they took what they knew with them, which is building products, like building kind of software, and the art of building a great software company has been defined as a dictatorship. At least all the apps on our home screens are usually, Delaware C Corps and not DAOs. And so I think people started running into issues with kind of an identity crisis, like should we let everybody involved, or should we have one PM who decides everything? And so, if it ends up being more of the latter, it might not be a great fit. And I think there's been a few examples where it didn't work out like that.
Yep, thank you.
I agree with this take a lot. So I believe right now the balance between, the agility and like product building DAOs and the stability of like decentralization and like governance is very much shifting to the second side. Product DAOs right now are having hard time with like dealing with hierarchy, with deciding who's actually responsible for getting any work done and for building new stuff, while the DAOs that do that do governance around the existing assets or existing products are doing quite well. And the example that I like to use and like where DAOs can really excel is, for example, I really like this Facebook example. I don't know, Finn, if you liked it, but for example, Facebook was founded in like 2004. Obviously, high growth company. We got to it was for a long time a startup that still had to get to many users. Still required a lot of new features being built, a lot of adoption to be created. But at some point, let's say in 2015, 2016, it became much more just like this platform where everybody already is. Everybody already daily uses. And next step for Facebook was the value extraction. And this is not always in the best interest of the users who want to use Facebook to connect with their families, that want to use it as like this, local town hall. And for example, or like in this example, in Mark Zuckerberg's and like shareholder interest is to extract more value, but in very theoretical world where this profit is not the most important thing for Mark Zuckerberg, but he wants to do a better product, better Facebook, we could suddenly transition that to a DAO, give ownership to the users who then now can vote on like, oh, what features now should we build? How should we approach censorship? And in this world, it's not like perfect capital. It's a different capitalistic world, but you have this structure where like the product that is actually used by billions of people is directed by them as well, and it's not just purely used for creating profits. So this is my dream world for DAOs, where like we have products and entities that after some time transition to public goods that people can manage. They're probably not that good at building those products.
Yeah, I'd echo these 2 points, and I think in general, one issue that we've seen with DAOs is that they try to give the same rights to every token holders, which can be really difficult to do depending on what your protocol or your product or your community does. So one example is that anyone that holds comp can vote on collateral parameter change on the Compound protocol, but there is probably only 200 people in the world that have the data to take that vote. So I think we're moving away from that with kind of like different sub-DAOs, different working groups. I know Optimism, for example, has a two-sided DAO. One is token holder. The other one is actually kind of a closed group that are not necessarily a token holder. So it's getting better, but this idea of everyone can vote on anything is not necessarily good. And that has been, I think, one of the core issues that we've seen lately. I think the two other kind of issues we're seeing is everything around onboarding and kind of starting to contribute to a DAO. When you start in a company, you have a HR department, you have the onboarding flow, you have your colleagues. Everything is very clear, everything is very structured. When you get into a DAO, depending on which DAO it is, it's a little mess. You get on a Discord group, you don't know where to go. You try to like dig into forums, and you don't really understand how the forum is structured. Then you have to vote on another platform called Snapshot. Then maybe you have to vote on-chain, and you have to pay for that. It's really a mess, both on the voting and contribution side. And I think that's one of the major pain points, and there are a couple kind of tools being built to kind of improve that. And then I guess the third one is treasury management. A lot of these DAOs have huge treasury. Finn said it, $7.6 billion kind of dollars in treasury. That's a lot of money. But all of them are not specialized in treasury management. So with kind of the market going down right now, a lot of the DAOs are kind of holding most of their treasury into their native assets, and they don't necessarily have kind of good kind of risk management, and they didn't necessarily kind of move funds to stable coins. And so they were planning to build something with, let's say, a $1 billion kind of treasury, and now it's probably 200 million. It's still a lot of money, but some DAOs are more affected than others. So I think these three issues, and there are a lot more kind of issues we're seeing, but it's also where there's a lot of opportunity for kind of tooling to come into place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good points mentioned. I think some of the learnings we've probably made over the past, I guess, 2 years has been what specifically do you involve the community with and what do you not involve them with, right? If you vote on every single feature that's supposed to be launched, that will obviously slow down things a lot. also in terms of like what Florent and Wojtek were saying, allowing everyone to vote on everything might not always be, I guess, first of all, you won't have everyone participating in every single vote because people don't have time for it. And you might not have, I guess, the most informed decisions for all those people. So you've seen, I guess, DAOs kind of going in towards less frequent kind of governance proposals and like bigger decisions that have to be made with buy-in from the community, as well as kind of very popularly, I guess, ENS or some other DAOs or companies like adopting this, like the delegate system, where you can delegate your votes towards other people that represent you, similar to what we see, I guess, in modern day politics. Yeah, I think that definitely talks about some of the main problems we have today. I guess something that I'd like to dig into from your perspective is, I guess we see some differences between interacting with, I guess, either from a business development point of view, selling your products, or working with the contributors individually. How has your experience been kind of working with these kind of entities compared to centralized companies? And how do things like your sales cycle change for this? I guess, Florent.
Yeah, so at Messari, we really have kind of two sides of our business. The first one is really kind of classic. We have an enterprise SaaS tool, kind of seed-based model, and so a lot of our users are going to be big crypto companies, big traditional finance companies, fintech, kind of funds, etc., etc. So that side is pretty classic. The other side is our protocol services arm, and there we actually sell different services, mainly around kind of reporting and investor relationship to different DAOs. And I think the end game is the same, which is you need to convince that your product or your service is good. So like the techniques are kind of the same, but kind of navigating the organization is a little bit different there. First, I think you need to understand how does the decision get made. It's a little bit different from like a traditional company where you'll have someone that you talk to, and then maybe it gets approved by legal and finance. Here you need to understand how does the treasury get allocated, for example, if you want to sell a service. And so you need to look into the governance structure. Some will have all of the decision go for like a proposal, and so everyone is voting on that proposal to decide whether you can sell your services or not. Others will have structured the DAO in a way where they have a grant committee, and that grant committee has been elected by the token holders, but kind of interacts independently and takes decision independently from kind of the token holders. So the first thing you need to do is understanding the DAO structure, and sometimes it's a mess. And then once you've understood who takes the decision, you need to understand how does the decision get made exactly. And so some DAOs have really complicated process where you need to post on a forum, you need to go through an off-chain vote, then through an on-chain vote. It can be a multi-step approach. So there's this difference, which is you really need to dig into how do DAO make decision in terms of treasury spending. And then it's also you need to make sure that you're getting the buy-in from the community. And I think one of the mistakes sometimes is just to go on the forum and say, hey, I have this cool idea, I want to sell that, because what you realize is the core contributors most of the time are the one kind of pushing for the decision, and then the community is following. So it's really a matter of like navigating the different communities, kind of not really playing kind of a political kind of role or relationship, but it's really understanding how decisions get made and how to go through that. And then the payment also can be different. They can pay in native assets, they can pay in stable coins. There is some kind of yield payment mechanism, kind of like spend less, where the DAO will put treasury into a vault and you get the yield. There's a lot of different ways to get paid with DAOs. So it's really different from enterprise, I guess, deals from a BD point of view. But at the end of the day, you just want to sell your service and convince that it's good.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Maybe Rory, from your perspective, how has it been kind of interacting with different DAOs that you work with on a day-to-day basis? And yeah, how kind of the decision-making process from a tooling point of view gets?
Yeah. So I guess my experience so far is different to Florent, and I guess that kind of goes to just show that there's not a standard way of doing this. It's not like when you're selling a new SaaS tool to the CEO of another corporation where they make an internal decision, there's lack of information, and they just decide we're going to pay you. we're at a stage where we're actually not charging the organizations, and so therefore, because we're not trying to extract money out of the community treasury at this moment in time, we haven't had to need to go and propose in public. And kind of the problem I was talking that we're trying to solve, which is around these SaaS tools, which generally have one root user, in most cases the CEO of a company, who can take control of anyone's email account or control all of the code in the database. That person, in terms of the software we're trying to integrate with, which often case is Discord, generally I would just approach that person and work with them, because they're the person who the DAO has decided is in charge of the community, and installing new tools there is what they do, and generally I just source them out, and kind of from a customer support and like continuing the relationship perspective, because what we do is used by both the kind of person who's in charge of the organization plus the individual members who may be just trying to learn something or try to participate. We kind of have to integrate with or interface with both of those parties, and obviously they have different assumptions. Some of the members, they don't know anything about the organization. They're just trying to get access to whatever private channel they want to, and so it's interesting from that perspective, because it's not like everyone has context, and the access control that may have been laid out by this organization could be completely different to another one. And so from the kind of human interface side way, I feel like it's similar to the financial one, where it's kind of a wild west right now. And although people think there's a saturation of DAO tools, a lot of the problems and patterns that we think should be solved by this plethora of tools have not been solved. There is no standard way of kind of approaching sales and customer support right now in these organizations, where nobody is revealing their email address. Everyone has random usernames. And the beauty is that you can have organizations that are stateless and can permit many things that weren't permitted before, but there's obviously a lot of challenges that come with it too.
Thank you.
I can give like very short and actionable answer to this question: how do you sell to DAOs? And I'm just gonna confirm like how messy is the process. Every DAO has like a different people responsible for that. Sometimes I saw a fun example of what my friends at one startup were doing to sell their solution to Gitcoin. And for example, for them, the process was to go on Gitcoin DAO forum proposal, or like place where you do proposals, and they were they were proposing to start a working group on integration with their product. So that was a very fun thing to sell. So you go to the DAO and say, oh, we're putting the proposal to fund a working group of people within this DAO to then use our product, which is free, but it's kind of like how we're gonna get there. And yeah, sometimes it's fun to read those proposals or those or like to experience those situations, because they're so different than the current system, and they will be evolving. And to shortly answer the question, how do you sell to DAO right now, is like, it's a wild west. You need to figure out yourself. On the other side, DAO have the tendencies to overspend massively, because there's no accountability in like spending, and like they account in their own governance tokens, which came with like out of nowhere. So yeah, it's a fun topic that everybody needs to explore on their own.
Yeah, that's interesting, because I think how some of the DAOs work right now is that you have one kind of big pool of a treasury, and then a lot of different working groups or kind of pods or whatever you want to call them, that actually service this treasury and then pull resources from it. So depending on how the structure is, like Florent was saying, you have different approaches to how you either work with them and contribute, or you actually provide tooling and actually charge them for your services in a different way. I think maybe also staying with Wojtek here, in terms of, I guess, so you're building kind of an identity layer around contributors, so right, giving them the right badges, letting them identify themselves to get recognition for their contribution, and let kind of recruiters and stuff like that understand what this person has done on chain within different DAOs. When you kind of partner with different organizations that that you do badges with, or right, in terms of signaling, what are the things that you look for in a DAO in terms of metrics, either qualitative or quantitative, that help you understand this is the one I want to target? Is that maybe how big their balance sheet is? Is it the number of contributors? Is it activity in the forums and how kind of active those people are?
Yes, this is the incredibly fun part, and this is what I spend 12 hours a day thinking about, and this is what me and my team are building right now. I know every iteration cycle we're essentially trying to improve this experience. So I'll be talking for a moment about my product. I guess I will use that to shill. To give everybody perspective of what we're doing at Mazure, and I would love to show you some slides, and I'll talk about it an hour, but maybe I'm just gonna finish in a way that we're essentially building a Web3 LinkedIn. In a very short simplification, you have a profile page. Instead of your real first name, last name, we have Ethereum address, ENS name, or whatever username you want to use. And instead of your job experience provided by you, we just read data from different products, like we mentioned Snapshot, we read some on-chain activity, we read your mirror posts, and like whatever Web3 credentials or like professional piece of data there is, we either already integrated with it or like we will integrate with that in the future. You can also search people, etc. So it's just like source of your professional reputation in Web3. And now the fun part is, first of all, this is possible to be, now with Web3 tools, it's possible to build something like that. You can imagine an example that, you went to work for Apple. Apple is like known for being a super secretive company that doesn't really allow you to share anything that you did. And doesn't allow you to work on any open source tools or anything. They pay you well, but they essentially like try to exclude you from the whole society. So after those 4 years at Apple, you don't have much to show off. Like if your product shipped, that's amazing, and you're a star. But if you work in something internal, you never can show it off. And with DAOs, it's different because like the nature of work is by default public. It's like mostly working for an open source product, and we have a growing set of tools that allow you to then show. First of all, to display your public work, to display your GitHub, to connect your GitHub to your Ethereum address, to show off that your voting and your decision making is on chain, it's public. Your writing is public, and increasingly more of those like actions that you do on your job will be also public. And first of all, we can aggregate them. Next step. We'll not be talking about it. Next step, we'll be doing this in like privacy preserving way. So DAOs also do some private stuff. For that, we will have zero knowledge proofs, which is beyond the scope of this talk, but essentially, we are building a world where we will be able to prove what you did at Apple without saying exactly what you did at Apple. But yeah, thanks to this openness of data, we're able to build those profiles. So you have a reputation that is like going with you across the whole journey. So yeah, like you can go to an next DAO and say, oh, yeah, I did exactly this at the past DAO. You can trust me because my Mazure profile says so. And as well, if you are recruiting as a Web3 startup for a highly specialized position, in crypto and Web3 right now, you can use this to be certain that the person that you're hiring has a proper experience, they're not lying on the resume, and it's like Web3 native. So this is just a fun unlock for new wave of like representing yourself professionally.
Yeah, so that kind of gives the, I guess, tying it back to the question in terms of like who to work with. This gives people the right profiles to identify who to hire, who you might want to collaborate with, and give the right data around contributors on an individual level. You
can get the vibe of like, do I want to work with this person much shorter, much faster than usually? So by default, you work in DAOs, we work remotely, we work on the internet, and we can immediately trust the person and see that their contributions across the years, and like immediately be like, oh, this was fun. I vibe with this person. I like them. I would love to work with them. Where like in a traditional sense, like 10 years ago, like you need to fly them in for an on-site. You have like 7 interviews. It's still happening, of course, in like, for example, in Apple, but like again, this type of work is different and has its own new rules. which is exciting.
So I guess moving it back to like B2B in terms of like when you as a DAO tooling company look at what companies would you like to work with, which of them are attractive, I guess pointing to Rory, how do you decide what is an attractive client to you? What are the kind of metrics you look at to make that decision from a tooling perspective?
Yeah. I guess like one thing we would consider is how well does our product fit into what their needs are today? And then there's also kind of like which organizations we'd want to grow with going forward. In terms of what we're developing right now, I'm really focused on the more kind of like financial organizations, as DeFi is the area. And for anyone who's not familiar with DeFi, it's basically people building every product that Goldman Sachs offers in Solidity on the blockchain so that you don't sign in with a username and password, you don't submit your passport, and you can create your own index or basket, which is crazy compared to the traditional finance system. And I think even with the bear market, these type of organizations are the most sophisticated. And I think that comes for a few different reasons. One, because you can build a DeFi DAO that doesn't have to try and interface with the real world. Like most of what we're building is trying to build an interface between the real world and blockchain organizations. And if you can build an organization that stays within its own field and doesn't try to jump in and back from the real world, I feel like it's easier to run, as I was kind of saying in the very first point. And then the other thing about this is that these DeFi organizations, they're kind of focusing on the first use case of blockchain, which was money, and they weren't trying to put tickets or metaverse or any of that. They were just trying to do money stuff, and people have been thinking about money on the blockchain for 10 years, and so I feel like the DeFi DAOs are the most sophisticated, and so that's kind of what I'm thinking about product-wise and in terms of just my own belief as to how the ecosystem will progress. Because it just seems right now that they're the best fit for the technology. There's a lot of other interesting use cases, but because there's a lot of real-world interaction, that requires trust. And the idea of blockchain and DeFi is that you have trustless banks, trustless exchanges, where you don't have to hope that the bank will keep your balance and not steal your money. It's like you don't have to trust anyone. There's no white man in a tall building who controls the whole system, and that's what's exciting about it. And so that's, I guess, the type of organization that I'm trying to focus on right now, only because they are the most developed so far, and they also have a lot of capital to spend on making their processes more efficient. Where I feel like the more left field projects are still trying to work out how DAOs apply to their area. However, there are a few that we're involved in and we're helping out, such as City DAO, who are trying to essentially divide up pockets of land in Wyoming, which the state has more flexible DAO laws. And then there's a lot of other organizations that are essentially just pooling capital to try and buy art or take people out of prison and things that otherwise, might get shut down if incorporated or set up as a nonprofit. And I think, there's obviously a lot of lawlessness and some crime that can happen with these type of structures, but for the most part, just trying to focus on the positive outcomes and those that are kind of freed. Because say if you wanted to create your own basket or index on the New York Stock Exchange, you'd probably be writing papers and doing compliance for years and have to quit your job to just work on that full time, where today you can create your own Dow Jones by just deploying some code you pull off GitHub that include matches of Apple and Tesla stocks. And so you can really get creative. And so that's kind of my overview of the landscape and what we're trying to focus on.
Okay, so sector-wise, DeFi is the focus. Florent, do you look at things like total value locked, how big the treasury is, how many users are in the DAO, when you decide who you target in terms of your kind of services?
Yeah, so historically we've been having a lot of inbound and not full capacity on our side to actually treat this inbound. So it's been more, I guess, looking if it's, I think the first thing we look at is it a rug or is it a scam? I think that's important because now the DAO, if you look on Twitter, you'll find so many accounts that have added DAO at the end of their, company name, but it could be a rug, it could be a scam, the team could not be legit. I think those are the primary things we look at, even before looking at the actual metrics, because We do sometimes work on reporting for kind of early stage protocol that might not have, a huge TVL, but might have a really interesting design potentially. In general, we focus on protocol DAOs and kind of protocol in the wide sense, not just DeFi protocol. It could be a Web3 protocol or a gaming protocol. But the reason why we do that is that they have a lot more data, and our role is to kind of do reporting on that data on their key developments. So it makes kind of our value addition much higher than looking at a community DAO, for example, where the only thing we could look really at in a reporting function will be kind of like the proposal that have been voted on, the organization of the DAO in terms of structure, which is already something we do on our product. But yeah, I think some metrics could be useful, but it really boils down to first, you don't want to have your name attached to any project, and there's a lot of projects in the space that are potentially not legit, and I think that's the most important. And then what are you trying to achieve, and what is your edge? Because the DAO's landscape is like so different. In terms of user research, we talk with a lot of different DAOs. So we talk with protocol DAO, product DAO, community DAO, social DAO, collector DAO, service providers selling to DAOs, because we want to understand their pain points. But in terms of actually selling the services, we focus on the ones that have a lot of data. And so an advice, I guess, is like, what is your edge as a product? Is it better equipped for DeFi DAO? Is it better equipped for community DAO? Or is it something generalized that you want to build? And in that case, you need to talk with everyone, because everyone structured their DAO and their use case differently. A DAO is just this term we use for this novel form of organization, but it can be buying a golf court, or actually running a protocol that is a new type of financial primitive. So it's pretty wide.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I guess the recurring theme here being like data availability, or like how much data there is, being an attractive thing for DAO tooling to actually dig in and help out and actually effectively analyze, I guess, traction or what the product is kind of working on. That makes a lot of sense. Generally, identity is this thing that's being molded over time in terms of Web3, either from complete anonymity to people being super open and public about who they are and what they're working on. And I think as you're seeing kind of reputation build up over time, this is one of the kind of key mechanisms we have to make DAOs more efficient in terms of who do we give more responsibility, who do we give access to certain tooling, who should we hire, for example, and different things like that. So I think right now, or like earlier on, like on-chain reputation was very, very binary. So I think it was in terms of, do you hold a token, yes or no? Did you vote in a governance proposal, yes or no? Very kind of simple metrics to I guess, assess identity on, or reputation of contribution. But I think as we move from kind of this black and white binary kind of spectrum into more and more color over time, with more and more pointers and pieces of data, if that's like a POAP, so like proof of attendance protocol, so like I attend a certain event, I get a badge for it, right? That shows me, hey, this person is involved, he likes the space, he or she likes the space. And I think you see over time as these on-chain activities grow in terms of like variety and also sophistication, that become more qualitative, right? Referrals from other people. I loved working with this person. She's great at doing this. That will get more and more interesting use cases in terms of reputations, which I think will be very important for DAOs moving forward, and also for DAO tooling to properly assess who to work with and how to kind of work with different people in that organization. I guess just from my point of view, or I think that's an interesting space that I'm spending time on. And I think, Rory, given your product is around kind of who you give access to in a Discord or a DAO to access certain things, if that's the G Suite, if that's Figma and designing certain things, or even on the further case, who do you give access to a treasury and enabling them to spend things, or soulbound tokens, a recently created concept where you have certain NFTs that stick with the person instead of being transferable, and let them kind of build a reputation within their wallet over time. So I guess going over to Rory, how do you see kind of reputation building over time, and how does this affect, I guess, the work you're doing within Noble?
Yeah. So I guess, again, similarly, reputation in one organization may not map directly, and I guess, when you're trying to hire someone in a normal organization, you will look at their LinkedIn profile and stuff, but you obviously want to interview if it is more of a hierarchical organization that's private. And I think like when the decision is made to then use that reputation to make a decision on how far they can go within our current bands, like what will we give them access to view? Will we give them access to view everything, or maybe everything's already public? And it kind of differs between different organizations. And like there are some where you may have thousands and thousands of token holders, and it's all kind of flat and people vote on everything. And then there are other DAOs, kind of as we discussed, that look a little bit more like a normal product team of a tech company, like a small startup. They're probably not using a normal DAO contract. They're probably just using a Gnosis safe, which is kind of like a group wallet bank account. And it would be more like a decision like, oh, let's all vote Finn to join our organization, and then we'll add him to all the private stuff, and then we'll all decide to fire him, and we remove him. And I think in that case, it's obviously simpler. It's more of like a binary decision. And so our approach anyway right now is to just really listen and learn from the organizations that we work with as to what signals they want to use for deciding whether people can get access to the documents or chat, and the different kind of like levels of that. And there's a few different protocols that potentially Wojtek can talk about as well around can you aggregate somebody's contributions into a number? Like, what is your credit score of participation? And I feel like there are a few that are doing this quite well, at least in terms of more like financial risk and reputation. If you were to, say, allow someone to borrow more than they staked, like kind of an over-leveraged type thing, you obviously want people to be reputable. But in the case of work experience and people joining and trust and things, I think it's a very case-per-case basis. And I don't think one number is going to solve all of the problems, is what I'm saying. Like aggregating reputation into a single figure is not going to work. And so our approach anyway right now is to just kind of study the smart contracts of our clients and then figure out what signals we can pull from them, and usually leave it up to them and make it customizable rather than kind of opinionated, because it isn't really decided as to what the best method is, I don't think, right just yet.
Yeah, yeah, and there being, I guess, a huge amount of people in an organization like this, and over time, hopefully, if we get reputation right, that you can effectively funnel these people and then give them the right access to these different things. But like you said, we're very early, and kind of like unifying this whole thing across every type of DAO, which ranges from like financial protocol to maybe somebody buying the constitution or something else. There's a very big variance of how you what you count as a good contributor today.
Yep.
I guess just noticing here that we're very short on time. We have about 2 more minutes left. I guess looking forward in terms of like the next couple of years, where do you kind of see DAOs and DAO tooling going, and like what do you think are the key things that need to be solved? I'll start with Flora.
I think there's on the DAO side, I think there is going to be more and more kind of sub-DAOs, working groups, DAOs that are not just one single DAO, but actually we're already seeing that with like Bankless as probably 12 sub-DAOs, all focusing on one specific thing. So I think we're going to go away from everyone need to vote on everything, and it's going to look more almost like a traditional organization, but a little bit different in terms of allocation of capital, entry and exits, and kind of fluidity there. So I think that's going to be a big trend. On the tooling side, I think a lot of DAO tools are going to die. I mean, if you're entering a bear market, it will be harder and harder to get funding. There's already a lot of tools that exist, and a couple winners are going to emerge, but a lot of them, the long tail of tools is going to die. But I think that the important thing there is going to be composability. So in 2018, 2019, a lot of DAO tools were focusing on like bringing everything to their platform or their operating system, like Aragon Colony. And now we're building Snapshot, for example, Governor Alpha Bravo for voting, you have Gnosis Safe that was mentioned, and DWalk. There is a lot of kind of composable elements that can play together, and so we're going more to like composable kind of building blocks rather than one-size-fits-all kind of operating system, I think.
Interesting. I think we have about 3 more seconds left. I would have loved to have open to questions, but I guess, do we have a couple more minutes for?
No, I
Okay.
think that's unfortunate.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for coming.
To our panelists.
Thank you.
That was amazing. I think we've now got our lunch break coming up, so get back here at 2 p.m. There'll be a quick fire round of a bunch of different talks. But yeah, enjoy lunch, enjoy the sunshine. See you at 2. Hi, everyone. You can all stick your headphones on. And hopefully everyone can hear me. Perfect. Lovely. I hope you've enjoyed the sunshine. Perfect lunch. Nice and leisurely. Amazing. So yeah, up next we've got a sort of back-to-back of a bunch of different quick-fire talks. So I hope you're excited for that. First up, we're going to have Alex Shevchenko, the CEO of Aurora Labs. If you're ever looking for a gigabrain, this is the guy. He's going to be talking to us about how can we, as an industry, be successful and onboard billions of users to Web3, and really that as blockchain developers, we need to find the answer to this question and take the right steps towards mass adoption. So if everyone just gives a big round of applause for Alex.
Okay, hello everybody. Just to check that you hear me, can you raise your hand? Okay, great. It was very unusual for me because I was hearing nothing that Ian said about me. Hope it was not something very nasty. Okay, so a little bit about myself. I'm the CEO of a company that is called Aurora Labs. We're building a protocol that is called Aurora. We are the builders, right? So I'm going to talk today a little bit about the kind of the challenges of the industry that we have in front of us and how we actually can solve them. So I'm going to start with a very, very short part about Aurora, and then we're going to transition into the talk. I'm here not to sell you Aurora, but I'm here to explain you what I see as the challenges, right? So Aurora itself is an EVM solution that is working on top of Near protocol. And maybe you heard of Near. This is a scalable L1 solution. And what Aurora does is provides an EVM runtime on top of it. So through Aurora, developers are able to launch their Solidity smart contracts on Near, while in Near native virtual machine, they are unable to do it. Our own RPC that is Web3 compatible, so everything that is working in the Ethereum ecosystem also works with Aurora. Wallets like MetaMask, IDEs for developers like Remix, Truffle, OpenZeppelin SDK, everything that you know from the Ethereum ecosystem works with Aurora just because it is one-to-one Ethereum compatible. Moreover, we actually implemented ETH as a base token. And by saying base token, it means that the users are paying their transaction fees in ETH. So this is done to have a full Ethereum compatibility with absolutely no changes from the developers and from the user standpoint. Many people are asking why we did it, so I wanted to go through this in a little bit more detail. Besides Aurora, we have some additional projects and products that are already in the market, and one of them is Rainbow Bridge, and this is the first trustless and fully permissionless bridge in between Ethereum and some other network. So you can check it out. Before the market drop and all of this massacre that is happening right now, on Rainbow Bridge smart contracts was more than 2 billion worth of assets, mainly in stable coins. And we are at constant attacks, and they're all mitigated automatically. So we know how to do the contracts. They're very, very complicated. I believe smart contracts that developed by Aurora are one of the most complicated smart contracts ever created. At least because Aurora is an EVM implementation, right? And Aurora is a smart contract, yeah? So EVM implemented as a smart contract is working in Near virtual machine, and on top of it, we have also user smart contracts working. So it's like a dream in a dream in a dream, right? Let's transition to the actual topic. Do we actually need to enhance developer and user experience? And I'm going to show you a very simple stat. So on the left-hand side, you are able to see the chart from Etherscan, the unique Ethereum addresses chart. And it is growing. It is almost at 200 million different accounts. And it feels like everything's okay, right? But if you will take a look at it, you will see that, okay, it was like an increase in speed of growth, and now it is a decrease. And when you start thinking of that, more and more projects are deploying, and users are often creating their additional accounts for themselves. This is something natural, right? So it actually feels that the growth is not that big in terms of the users who are using the blockchain. And on the right-hand side, this is also graph in millions, but it looks a little bit different, right? It's like there is an increase in the speed of growth, though in the end there is a little bit of a decrease. And this decrease is not happening because of the market is not good, but because actually this graph represents the people in India. They do not have much more people than that amount, that 1 billion people. This is the usage of the smartphones in India. The way how the graph on the right-hand side is looking is much, much better than the way how the graph is looking on the left-hand side in terms of the growth, if we are taking into account all of the things that I've just said. From my point of view, this is just a pretty straightforward evidence of the fact that we are losing the scaling challenge as an industry. It's not about some particular protocol, it is not about some team, but it is just about all of us who are doing something good for the blockchain and for the adoption. Mass adoption is not even close to what we are doing. Moreover, I can tell you the following idea. Web3 and blockchain guys are like teenagers. We're saying that we're going to change the world. We're going to start a revolution. Everything is going to be different. Our parents from Web2 are know nothing, right? This is exactly our kind of teenager situation at the moment. And what Web2 is showing to us is that they actually know how to do stuff, right? They know how to scale, they know how to do great user experience, they know how to onboard people, and they know how to convert it into profits, right? So it's time for us right now, just stop for a second, get to our late 20s, and actually say, okay, actually my mother was right? So this is what we need to do right now in order to succeed as an industry. I see here two problems that we need to tackle. How to get to that India chart. And the first problem is the block size is limited, right? This is a pretty famous problem. Everybody is saying that, okay, the blockchains are not scalable and stuff like that, and we need to develop scalability solution. But fundamentally, if we're thinking of the biggest ecosystem that is there, the EVM kind of ecosystem, that consists of not only Ethereum, but also other chains that have EVM compatibility. Well, the premise of this ecosystem is the EVM as a runtime. And it is fundamentally non-scalable. It is a very simple, very convenient runtime that probably children can teach in school in general, because it's just like transactions are just executed. In case they are going through, then everything is good. In case they are failing, then everything is rolled back, right? So there is no problem with it. But it cannot scale. Anyone who is saying to you that we are going to launch an EVM that supports 10,000 transactions per second, 20,000, 100,000 transactions per second is lying in your face. You can say, go to Alex and he will explain you that you're doing something really stupid. So what can we do about it? Well, Web2 is saying what to do. In case you have only one computer and you are not able to run your application on it, well, you just need to have many computers, right? This is how Google works. This is how Facebook works. We need more EVM. And not even more EVM, but much more EVMs, right? The amount of computers that Google is using is insane, right? It's hundreds of thousands of computers. We need hundreds of thousands of EVMs running, right? In order to have enough supply for the Web2 world users who will come to the blockchain. And we actually, in order to achieve this, we need to transform blockchain and EVM into a utility. It's like plugging your laptop in the power outlet. It should be something like that. we need to give an ability for anyone in the world to run their blockchains really smoothly and really fast. If today I'm coming as a developer on an AWS website or any web kind of cloud provider website, I'm clicking that I would like to get a server, then I got it in like 1 minute. Something like that should be happening with a decentralized servers too. There should be a movement towards this goal. And the question is obviously how to do it, right? And there are some ecosystems that are actually progressing towards this goal. So Polkadot, Cosmos, Near itself as a layer 1 that gives an ability to horizontally scale the execution. But the question, is this enough? From my point of view, we need to have more builders that are focusing in this direction in general. The second problem, which is, from my point of view, even bigger than the previous one, is that the blockchain user experience is insanely bad. So imagine the following. I'm going to just show one simple example. Imagine that you're a mobile game developer. You have your business model around selling gems or selling chests to people. And you would like to introduce kind of blockchain, NFTs, and maybe something gamify things inside of it. How would you do it? Well, you need to explain to your user that he needs to install MetaMask, probably needs to install an exchange, go to exchange, create account, do the KYC, move your funds there, buy several tokens, move it out of the exchange, bridge it to something that is better than Ethereum in terms of the transaction fees, and then there, every time when something is happening, he needs to pay the fees of for the transactions in the third-party software, right? And from time to time, he needs to top it up, and yeah, something like that. This is insane, right? Like, this thing is not able to work in Web 2, with Web 2 users, when they just click and they get it. Web 2 mastered the way how they are selling things to people, and because of this, we need to keep with it. We cannot say to people that, hey, now from the subscription models that you have on mobile phones, you need to go back and pay per second every time when you're doing a call, and you need to think about your SMS that you're sending on a case-by-case basis, right? It's not going to work. People right now are used to the good user experience. So besides this example, there are problems like stuck transactions, gas prices that are going up and down, and you do not know what to do with it. If you put the gas limit too low, then you need to replay the transaction, and maybe sometimes you actually need to roll back some things. This is very, very, very hard to do it. Everybody just wants to look at their phone and execute things. This is how things are working right now. So there are some projects also that are going in this direction. So for example, in Fura ITX. So if you're a developer, maybe you have seen this product, they're trying to implement an ability to top up your Infura account, and then they will be sending transactions on your behalf at the current price and guarantee the transaction execution. Something like that. But in general, we need to enhance this. And actually, from the Aurora side, we have a product that was released just recently. It is called Aurora Plus. This is our vision for a better user experience. I encourage everyone to go follow this QR code and check out the keynote around the launch of the Aurora Plus. This is a 20-minute video. You are able to find it in the YouTube. Just put there Aurora Plus event, and you will see it. So we're not going to, again, I'm here not to sell to you Aurora. I'm just saying that this is a problem that needs to be tackled. Since we know that, since in Aurora we know that these are two problems, well, we're just one of the players. But in general, the idea is that we need to solve these issues as an industry to become something big and something meaningful, and leave a footprint in the history. So inviting everybody to solve these challenges, find a team or do your own project that is focusing on this, and let's finally move towards the mass adoption. That's it for today, and we have also some time for Q&A. Thank you.
Hi there. Sorry I'm a bit late, so forgive me if I didn't catch this part of
Yeah, no problem. My name is Alex.
Yes. So I just want to ask a question. So in the last slide, you mentioned that Aurora is doing like its staking. So I'm just curious, like, did you build up the infrastructures yourself, or is that kind of like services like you're utilizing?
Which infrastructure?
Like for the staking.
For the staking. Well, Aurora staking is in fact, yes, there is Aurora staking inside of the Aurora ecosystem, and it was built from the ground up. So this is absolutely kind of separate thing.
Thank you.
Come on. Like usually when people do not have any questions, it means that they either understood everything or understood nothing. And like in 90% cases is the second.
Thanks, Alex, for the speech. I'd like to understand a bit more about how you think Polkadot and Cosmos are solving the scalability problem, please.
Yeah, sure. So the approach of Cosmos is that let us build a framework for the blockchains, and then everybody who wants to launch a blockchain, they can assemble a blockchain code from different pieces, and then they can find validators, run on these validators their own chain. This is how BSCs work, and this is how Luna used to work, and other chains. In Cosmos ecosystem, including testnet and mainnet, there are around 300 chains that are working. From my point of view, my personal point of view, this is a good Web3 approach, a rebellion approach. It is not good for Web2 at all. So, because when you are thinking of assembling your own blockchain, finding validators, incentivizing them to actually validate your blockchain, that is pretty complicated. So I do not think that this approach is scalable. With Polkadot, it is a little bit different approach. So they already have validators, and you are already able to launch your own parachain, as they call it. But there is an auction for it, and the amount of parachains is limited. So it's solving scalability problem right here, right now, but it is not solving the scalability problem tomorrow. Moreover, the EVM compatibility, if we're talking about the majority share of the market, there is not by default, right? So Polkadot runtime is absolutely different. It is called Substrate, right? And though there are projects that are working on Polkadot that are trying to create EVM runtime there, so like Moonbeam. So again, I think that Polkadot's approach is also is not full. I mean, it works for now, but then also the problem with the runtime, not that good. So we can do better. Yeah, probably last question, and then we will finish.
All the time we have, because these are sort of really quick sessions. But another round of applause for Alex, please.
Sure. I'm going to be around, so you can meet me.
Yeah, this definitely isn't financial advice, and for full transparency, Fabric are invested in Aurora. But I think that talk might have given you just a little bit of insight into how bullish we are on the Aurora Labs team, because they are seriously strong technically. So there's just a very quick 5-minute break until we have the next session from Jeremy Miller, the Chief Development Officer of Consensus. So maybe shake your legs, but probably don't go anywhere, because it'll come around very soon. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, everyone just will take a couple seconds to stick their headsets back on, get to the right channel, and there we go. So, I think all of us know that markets are cyclical, right? And certainly within crypto, we've seen a lot of evidence of that. But with each cycle, it brings a new epoch of innovation and use cases, and this was no different to the last. But with each epoch, there's also higher highs, but of course lows, hopefully higher lows, as new use cases sort of drive increased adoption and usage of these networks. We have Jeremy Miller, who's the Chief Development Officer at Consensus, the company behind some of the most widely used crypto products in the world, MetaMask, Infura, and others. And he's going to be telling us a little bit about their view of the markets from what is a very appropriate vantage point. So big round of applause for Jeremy, please.
8 o'clock. Okay. Thanks. So this would have been a different presentation on Friday than today, but the slides went up on Friday, so we'll just add to it. In some ways, after the Luna crash, we were fairly optimistic, and other people have commented on this. The Andreessen Horowitz report's a good one, which is, crypto does operate in cycles, and it's operated in cycles from the very, very beginning. And what we tend to see is a run-up in price, a lot of immature projects coming in, a crash, and then a recycling of capital, particularly in the form of talent, producing new projects that move things further forward. So you can see these in terms of what happened even early days in Bitcoin in 2017 with ETH, or in the last year with NFTs through COVID and DeFi summer. And what's important here is developers tend to stay. The trend towards building on Web3 seems to be a perpetual one. And developers tend to be less, although obviously get rewarded based on price, tend to be more committed to the underlying technology and solving problems than some of the speculators and investors are. And so we've seen a cycle of innovation through price troughs. Probably one of the key enablers for the most recent run in DeFi and NFTs has been the layer 2s, right? And so the hopeful version of this story is one in which you believe that what's happened now is simply a repeat of what's happened in the past, and the innovation will continue. Next. Look, the current crash actually started to become visible in December. So, and in fact, you started to see BSC in particular, and a number of what could be described by skeptics as Ponzi schemes on BSC collapsing starting in late December and through January, right? So this wasn't something that just all of a sudden happened with Luna and Terra. There was price erosion before this, and particularly on the Binance Smart Chain, user erosion well before the Luna and Terra situation. The Terra crash is a catalyst, right, that had knock-on effects. But it was visible, starting in late December that something was happening and it wasn't going well. I think most people here are probably aware of what happened. The quick lesson here is, you had two coins that were algorithmically linked, the UST, which was worth $1, and the Luna coin, which backed it up with reserves of Bitcoin and Luna. And the problem was a dollar, you could always exchange one Luna for $1 Terra, so if they depegged, you would get this running, right? Now, what happened on top of this was a crypto crash, possibly intentionally, at the same time as you were getting withdrawals, which meant that the peg became larger and it became just a death spiral to the bottom, right? So you had to overprint more and more Luna in order to satisfy the redemptions, because you could always get $1 of Luna for 1 Terra, so that you had to keep minting the Luna, so the Luna kept depreciating in value and eventually depreciated all the way to 0. But what are the lessons from this? Probably the biggest one is the third one, is if you look at the institutional investors that bought into Luna and Celsius and some of these other networks, that even the smart money got it wrong. And the people who really called this right are the shorts, are the people that were genuinely skeptical of whether this could work in the first place and got on the right side of the trade, right? And so, and the problem with this, of course, is, you know, if the institutional money starts to get burnt and pull back, then that has deep implications for the sustainability of pricing in the ecosystem, right? I don't have a slide on Celsius, but the issue that Celsius is having a different phenomenon, which is really where they don't have enough deposits to satisfy withdrawals, right? This is a classic bank run. People are worried that the bank is going to collapse, so they go and try and take their money out of the bank, so the bank doesn't have enough money to give them, right? And so what Celsius is trying to do right now is get rid of as many of their liquid assets as possible, like their staked ETH, in order to be able to affect the withdrawals that are happening from depositors. Now, what's the lesson here? And in both cases is 20% APY. If you see that, ask why, right? I mean, it's a little bit naive to believe that you can get a 20% yield, especially in an asset as volatile as crypto. So we're seeing something similar. The issue that we have right now is the impact of these two in a row is you had ETH at around 3,000, pulling back to around 2K after Lunaterra, and now down to about 1,000 right now, right? And so, you know, that is disconcerting, and the implication of that is for many projects that have effectively been funded on the crypto cycle, what's their runway now? And the other aspect that we have that's a little different this time is what's going to happen in the broader macroeconomy, right? If there's a trade-off of risk assets and consumers have less purchasing power, where does crypto and NFTs and the metaverse sit in their priority order when we're seeing all-time high inflation, rents going up, food prices going up, and the job market deteriorating, right? So in some ways, this was a well-deserved crash, right? We had a lot of Me Too projects. We had people piling into the money capture game as opposed to building out stronger and stronger infrastructure. You know, we had projects with no fundamental value capturing lots of value, and and we had this sort of reward for the Ponzi legends, right? And so in some ways, you know, these crashes are healthy in that it pushes out some of the bad behavior in the space, even though it can create challenges for those of us who work here. And then obviously on top of all that, we had the external factors. So, this slide might be a little bit difficult to read. So why is there hope? Why is there hope at this point in time? Well, there is still positive momentum in the space. And from our perspective, probably the biggest one is the upcoming ETH2 merge, which is going to increase scalability and efficiency of the networks dramatically and integrate L2s more deeply into Ethereum. The maturity of underlying core technologies where there's real R&D and innovation around zero-knowledge infrastructure and the roll-up infrastructure, et cetera, which really probably is the future of scalability, at least as the best we can see it. And third is the adoption of real-world use cases, right? We're at a stage in the cycle where gaming, NFTs, et cetera, have applications outside of the crypto ecosystem into large existing markets. The future rails of the metaverse are presumably going to be crypto, not more traditional financial networks. And the mega trend of us having our lives being increasingly digital is one that's been here for 10 years, not for 2, or 20 years even, not for 2. And so, you know, we remain optimistic that this will be a cycle that sees another ramp of innovation. And our thesis going into this was the cycles are compressing and getting higher highs and higher lows. The challenge we see coming out of this weekend is what is the level of contagion that is going to continue to roll through the ecosystem? Is Celsius it, or is there a next that, right? ETH at 1,000 is sustainable. ETH at 70 is not, right? And so if we continue to, if we're able to continue at the current level and continue to see the projects emerge and continue, like what you're seeing with the Starkware network that's going live, what you're seeing with the other ZK networks that are going live, then maybe we're in a good place where we can come out of this relatively quickly. But if we continue to see cascading project collapses where we end up with cycling asset prices leading to withdrawals that leads to insufficient deposits in these protocols, networks, and services, then it could be painful for longer than we anticipate. But I'd like to think personally that actually, I've been in this ecosystem since 2016, and the rate of innovation isn't slowing down, and the rate of real-world adoption isn't slowing down either. In fact, when we look at our products, while we are not actually seeing a big drop-off in usage. We do see drop-off I mean, obviously, trading volumes tend to be correlated with upswings. So, volumes are going to be down, but users on the systems and developers on the systems actually remain relatively optimistic. So, it's an interesting time in our space where we know that we're in a space that operates on cycles. We know that after each crash, poor projects get pushed out, talent gets recycled, and we tend to see a cycle of innovation. But we're doing this against a backdrop of macroeconomic uncertainty and a level of volatility in the ecosystem that we haven't seen in several years. So I don't have a clear view on where this leaves us. These slides were written on last week instead of on Monday, and I think if we were sitting here last Thursday where it seemed like we were in a more stable environment, the message would be one of greater optimism. I think today, what we're going to see is a greater amplitude in the ecosystem because more of the projects that weren't fundamentally sustainable are going to get wiped out faster, right? Because so many of these projects are actually funded in ETH underneath at ETH 1,000 versus 2,000 versus 3,000. Their runway and ability to pay their employees is much lower. And so what we're also then seeing, and we're seeing this start with the biggest players out there, right? With Coinbase and Gemini and all the larger, more institutional players announcing 10 to 20% layoffs, right? That may not, in the long term, that may not be a bad thing because it means talented people in the space will become re-injected. But it does seem like we're in for a bit of a painful summer. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you. And I need to go collect my kid from school.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. So yeah, some of the catalysts that actually Jeremy mentioned there to be slightly more optimistic about this was zero-knowledge proofs. And so to get a little bit more technical, actually, the next talk that we're going to have is going to be from Yale at Starkware, and she's going to run through what they're doing with Starks there, and hopefully that's a very exciting. I see some fist pumps in the audience, clearly some pumped up members here. Looking forward to that. So that's going to be in about 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Thank you. Hey everyone, back again. Sorry for the short delay, just a little bit of technical troubles. But we've been hyping up ZK technologies, or zero knowledge proofs, for quite a while. We've been saying that they're the future of scaling, they're going to fix everything. So we better deliver on that promise, eh? But fortunately, I think we have the perfect person to tell us all about ZK, and that is Yael Duek, who is a blockchain researcher and product manager at Starkware. And she's going to tell us what stocks are, and how they're implementing them in CogX and StarkNet to scale Ethereum. So a big round for Yael, who's going to be dialing in. Thank you.
So hello everyone, can you hear me? I'm Yael Duek. I work at Starkware for the past 2 years, and I'm a product manager and researcher. And today I'm going to talk about scaling blockchains with Starks, which is what we do in Starkware. First I'm going to present the problem, the blockchain paradox. So we have Bitcoin, who was launched in 2008, and Ethereum was launched in 2015. That's a relatively new technology, but why is this technology so slow compared to Visa? In Ethereum, there's about 15 transactions per second, and in Visa, there are a few thousand. And that's very surprising because it's state-of-the-art technology. Why is it so slow? So this is all because of I don't know, I can't. Okay, yeah. It's all about computational integrity. I don't know, my slides didn't move for a minute. So we need to find an efficient way to make sure that the computation that was done on chain was indeed correct, and that the new state is valid and it's not malicious. So today, most systems work with trusted parties such as banks, accountants, audit firms. So in fact, we delegate the accountability to someone else, someone trusted. We deposit our money to the bank, and the bank makes sure that everything was done correctly. Whereas in blockchains, there's inclusive accountability. Anyone can join the network, and anyone can verify that everything was done correctly. So it's enough that you have a laptop and you install a full node of blockchain on it, and then you become some kind of an audit firm for everything that happens on the blockchain. So there are two sacrifices that we do when we use inclusive accountability on blockchains. The first one is privacy. So in order for everyone to be able to verify everything that is happening in the blockchain, we must have the entire information public. So everyone in the network will know that I bought bread this morning from someone else, from Bob, and I paid $10 for it. The second property that we sacrifice is scalability, which is the one we're going to talk about today. So since every node in the network must be able to verify everything that is happening, we actually rely on the most on the weakest link in the chain. Okay, so our mission in Starkware is to scale the blockchain, but without hurting the inclusive accountability. So actually, the state of affairs today is that you need to decide if you want to deposit your money into a central bank that relies on a trusted big computer. It is very fast. You can do many transactions per second, but you need to trust this entity. Or you can deposit your money into blockchains, and you don't have to trust anyone, but sometimes you feel like you're stuck in the worst traffic jam ever. Let's try to solve this in one way. So let's say we decide to increase the block size, the gas limit, by 100x. So what will happen is that there will be some computers, these big computers that you see from both sides of the graph, that will be able to handle the load and to verify each and every transactions that happens in the block. But other nodes will not be strong enough and won't be able to verify this TPS. So unfortunately, my laptop won't be able to handle the load, especially if I'm running other things as well, not only the blockchain node. And this, in fact, brings us to an exclusive accountability, which is more of the same, like banks and other trusted entities. Okay, so yeah, the slides are a bit jumpy. So what we do in Starkware, we use validity proofs in order to solve this problem. So this uses kind of the best of both worlds. We still have the big computer that does the big computations and it computes the new state of the chain, the new state of the system, and computes the proof that is attesting to the validity of this state. But on the other hand, you don't need to trust this computer. You just need to trust the math. And the proof is sent to the blockchain so that anyone can verify the validity of the new state using the proof. This proof scales, the proof verification scales polylogarithmically with the size of the computation. So anyone with any laptop can verify the proof. So what is a proof? Let's look at this receipt. This is a proof that proves the following statement. Someone, the customer, needs to pay $89.50 for the meal that he ate. In this case, the prover is the party that produced the receipt, the restaurant owner, for example. And the verifier is the party that is checking the proof. This is the customer. He needs to check that the computation was done correctly, and he indeed needs to pay $89.50. The way that you will verify this receipt is by replaying the computation, meaning you will sum all the prices and see if he reaches the same total sum. Stark proofs are they achieve the same goal, but there are two differences. The first one is that they have the property of privacy. That's what ZK stands for. It's zero knowledge. So, for example, in this receipt, you will see some of the lines will be deleted, and you won't see all of the items that were included in the receipt. You won't be able to see what I ate in my meal, but you will be able to see the statement, the total sum, and be able to verify that the total sum was computed correctly. The second property that is different is the scalability. So the verification scales polylogarithmically with the size of computation. So this reduces the amount of computation needed to verify the proof to a few single steps. And the proving time scales quasi-linearly with the size of computation, like T log T, if T is the size of the computation. Okay, so in this case, the prover can be a very big computer, and he's generating the proof, and the verifier can be a small computer who only verifies in polylogarithmic time. So the proof can now be sent to the blockchain, And the nodes in the blockchain, they don't have to be very strong computers, and they can still verify the proofs, and they don't need to trust the prover for anything. This is how it basically works. So there's a prover, he receives a very large amount of transactions, and he computes the new state of the system and sends the state along with a proof that attests to the validity of the new state. This is sent to the Ethereum blockchain, and there's a contract called the verifier contract. This contract verifies that the new state is indeed correct by verifying the proof. So you don't need to trust the verifier, you just trust the math. And just for the comparison, in Ethereum, one block fits 150 NFT mints, while when you use ZK Starks, one block fits 3 proofs, and 3 proofs contain around 600K NFT mints, which means a block can contain 1,800,000 NFTs. It's a few orders of magnitude larger than the amount of NFTs that could have been minted on a native Ethereum. In Starkware, we have 2 lines of products that use the Stark technology. We have StarkX and we have StarkNet. So here are a few numbers about StarkX. So StarkX, since its launch, it's in production for about 2 years, since June 2020. And we have a cumulative trading volume of more than $500 billion, 184 million transactions settled, 60 million NFTs were minted on StarkX, and we have actually 5 systems in production. The YDX for perpetual trading, Sorare and Immutable are doing NFT marketplace, Diversify are doing spot trading, and we also have Stellar, which is not mentioned here, for DeFi pooling. So a bit about StarkX, how it works. So here in the diagram, you can see in the pink area, that's the blockchain part, and in the white area, there's the off-chain part. The Starkware actually writes all the part that in the right side of the screen. The only part that is written by the partner, the application side, is the square that says application. So what happens is that users on layer 2 off-chain are sending many actions, operations to the application, and the application processes them and sends them to StarkX in the form of transactions. It's the available transactions are settlements, NFT minting, transfers of funds, and deposit and withdrawal. The StarkX service computes the new state of the system. There's a Merkle tree, and the root of the Merkle tree will be the new state of the layer 2. This entire batch of transactions that were processed by StarkX is sent to Sharp. Sharp is a shared proving service. So that's the prover that we discussed before, the Stark prover. And this shared proving service, it's shared because it is shared among multiple applications, not just this application. And it takes all the transactions and proves that every step in the computation was done correctly and that the new state that StarkX computed is valid. This proof is sent on-chain to the Stark verifier on Ethereum for anyone to verify that the new state is valid. And then a state update is sent to StarkX contract. That's the root that you see in the bottom. And this root is only updated if the verifier indeed said that the proof was done correctly. So what can we do with StarkX? The first use case is an NFT marketplace. That's what Immutable and Sorare are doing. So users can trade their NFTs. The application can send minting requests to CogX. And if any user wants to withdraw the NFT to layer 1 and do anything else with it in a different DeFi application on layer 1, he can do that and withdraw from the layer 1 CogX contract. Another use case is DeFi pooling. So today it's very, very expensive to invest in layer 1 DeFi. What we offer in CogX is for users on layer 2 to aggregate their funds together into a pool of funds, and then they can send the entire pool of funds together to layer 1 to a DeFi strategy to deposit. And then they can split the cost, the gas cost of layer 1 between them. So they don't have to pay the entire cost. They only pay for their portion of the pool. And they also earn of course, the yield according to the portion that they deposited. And the third use case is leverage trading. This is used by the YDX. So CogX has a few additional transactions that we added support for leverage trading, perpetual trading. It's transactions like Oracle price updates and liquidations. These are the operations that are needed in order to support the leverage trading logic. And the second line of product that I mentioned before is Starknet. So Starknet is a layer 2 blockchain, actually. That's a general computation platform. It's secured by Ethereum because we always send the proof to Ethereum to be verified there. It allows writing smart contracts in Cairo. Cairo is a programming language that we developed in Starkware that allows providing proofs for any general computation. And the cost of execution is very low due to the Stark technology. So there's no re-execution of every transaction by all participants because they only need to verify the Stark proof. And due to that, you can execute more computation in this layer 2 network. Okay, so thank you everyone for listening. If you want to ask me any questions, you can DM me on Twitter or find me in LinkedIn. I'm happy to chat about Starknet, CogX, and everything else. Thank you.
Thank you so much, JL. Did everyone keep up? Genuinely, it's given how complex the technology is and how few people truly understand how it works. It's amazing to have someone present it in such a digestible way. So we're just going to have a really short 2-minute break until we come into the final of this little quickfire session of talks. And that's going to be with Sharif from NIA, who's going to talk to us about education and how it can be both equitable and profitable. So just 2 minutes, and then he'll be up. Thanks very much. Welcome back, everyone. So this is going to be the last of these sort of back-to-back-to-back-to-back 4 quickfire talks. And then we're going to have a little break after that before the final fireside. But up now is going to be Sharif. He's the education lead at NEAR. He thinks of himself as more of a sort of learning therapist, helping people restore their natural appetite for learning by challenging self-limiting beliefs and embracing the familiar feeling of confusion instead of avoiding it. And he's going to tell us about how all the new primitives we have in Web3, specifically identity and time, give us everything we need to make education equitable and even profitable. So a big round of applause, please, for Sharif.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. Hey, everybody. So I'm told I can just talk in a normal voice. So I'm assuming everybody can hear me. Let's get my face off the screen here. So my name's Sharif, and I've been building software for about 25 years. I've been teaching adults for about 20 years. I've worked with about 4,000 adults across a couple of hundred companies, mostly in North America, and about 10 federal agencies, the usual suspects, you know, Homeland Security, Department of Labor, Library of Congress, things like that. And I'm here today to talk to you about something that's very near and dear to my heart, which is confusion. And I'm going to try and convince you in the next 10, 15 minutes here that confusion is not the kind of specter of doom that many of us have been trained in school to fear and avoid. But in fact, confusion is the last recognizable milestone before we learn something new. It's a signal, a positive signal for the direction that we want to maintain when we're learning. There are names for this, like deliberate practice. But for the typical student who's stuck in the middle of a lesson where they're feeling a little bit lost, a little bit disconnected, wondering whether or not they belong, reminding them that confusion and that sense of disorientation, disequilibrium, confusion, is actually the thing that they should be chasing. So I'm going to see if I can convince you of that in the next few minutes here. Let me tell you a little bit about NEAR. I work on education at NEAR, and at NEAR, we believe that in a world where people control their assets, their data, and the power of governance in this open web world. And to tie this back to education briefly, if I asked you, do you remember the test that you took sometime in junior high where you were really proud of what you did, the answers that you gave, the score that you got? Who owns that test? Who controls that data? How can you get it back? It's lost in time. And therein, I think, is something interesting that's worth exploring in terms of the future of education and how blockchain can help us, where our learning experience actually become part of the assets and the data that we control as individuals. NEAR protocol is simple, scalable, secure, and sustainable. So from a simplicity perspective, we hear a lot from developers that learning NEAR is really much easier than people expect. So when you talk about learning blockchain, building decentralized applications in a traditional environment, it's very difficult to think about the moving pieces that you have to control. But when you're building on NEAR, it's really like deploying a serverless function to the cloud. So technically speaking, a senior developer with 5-10 years of experience can build a full stack working application on NEAR in maybe half a day or a day. And we've seen that across thousands of developers over several months of work now. Junior developers, let's say those coming out of a coding boot camp or with maybe a year or two of experience, it might take them a week or 2 weeks, depending on the kind of languages that they're familiar with. And with NEAR, you can build smart contracts using Rust and assembly script. And also very recently at Consensus, just a couple of weeks ago, we released our JavaScript SDK. So you can write smart contracts using JavaScript. If you're not a developer and what I'm saying sounds like nonsense, it basically means that of the 30 million or 25 million developers on the planet, let's say half of them are JavaScript developers. All of them can start writing smart contracts today, if they like, on NEAR using JavaScript. That's the exciting bit of news. NEAR, in terms of sustainability, was one of the first blockchains to focus on environmental neutrality. And in the end, what this means is we are very self-conscious about our environmental impact, about our footprint. And in fact, we've gone to great lengths to make sure that we're accountable on those terms. In this one picture are too many pieces to explain, but to the bottom left of the image, I'll call your attention to Near Protocol, the sort of core of this technology. And around it, several other services. There are many talks that explain these other pieces, but basically Calamero is about private shards where you can keep data private and yet make attestations about that data to the public using the same security and so on that you get from the general public network. Pagoda, going counterclockwise, is essentially a roll-up of the brain trust behind Near Protocol, now focused on building developer tools to make working with Near even easier. Machina, decentralized storage built on this technology. Aurora, you heard from Alex earlier today, is basically L2 built on Near, so Ethereum L2. And then Octopus is a kind of multi-chain world using IBC, inter-blockchain communications protocol, the Cosmos technology, I guess, to allow you to build dApp chains. So that's what's happening in the bottom left there. And on the right-hand side, several layers that you may be familiar with as well. This is one way to think about how the Near ecosystem is organized. By the numbers, high TPS, some of the fastest finality in the industry, and it's a sharded blockchain. Thousands of active developers, hundreds of projects and DAOs, accounts, community, weekly active users, and a regional hub strategy with a growing TVL and volume NFTs. I'll leave this slide up here to talk briefly about what some of this means to users. When you talk about, let's say, learning something, you're using a Web 2 application, and you're moving through an experience, taking a course, answering a question, whatever it might be. In the middle of that experience, you don't want to be interrupted. You don't want your flow to be stopped so that you can maybe open up a wallet, sign a transaction, go back into the flow. You want to stay in the flow of the experience. And that's where that 1 second finality and the way that the Near account system handles private keys allows you to sign transactions seamlessly, basically built into the browser. So the user doesn't feel this sense of kind of interruptive experience. So now that I've told you a little bit about Near, I want to see if I can get back to this question of equitable confusion. I think I can tell you a couple of stories, maybe, that would help give you a sense of how this looks. So I can tell you a couple of stories about students that I've worked with that have had trouble typing, students that have had trouble believing that they've learned something, students that are struggling to keep up with the pace of other students around them, students that are maybe hesitating to ask a question in class, and then students who got stuck every time something that looked a little bit mathy came on the screen, and then finally students who didn't believe that they belonged at all in technology. And I'm sharing this list of stories now with you. Maybe you hear yourself in some of these stories. So I think it'd be easier for me to get a sense of how many of you relate to this just by a show of hands. Would you please, thank you for those of you raising your hand already. Would you please raise your hand if you are someone who would consider yourself technical, let's say? You're a developer, project manager, architect, but someone who's technically capable. Anybody? Yeah, maybe about a third of you. Okay, great. And among those who are non-technical, could you please raise your hand if you're a little bit intimidated by the mathy nature of programming, maybe. You're worried about the math. You're worried about the kind of STEM aspect of it. Yeah, it's quite relatable, in fact. I'd like to tell you a story about a student that I had who was absolutely fantastic at working with other people. This was just a couple of years ago before joining Near, where I was working with students of the liberal arts to teach them how to build software, full stack applications using JavaScript in a matter of about 6 weeks. They got 2 college credits at the same time and built their portfolio. One of these students was remarkable in that he asked great questions during the presentation. He would participate very effectively with other people on the team. And you got a sense that he felt like he belonged, he cared about the material, he wanted to learn. But then the minute the problem on the screen had anything that looked mathy, he would freeze. A plus sign, a couple of numbers, something that looked like an equation. And he would practically go mute. He would stop participating, he would stop asking questions, he would get uncomfortable in his seat and disconnect from the project, kind of pushing it away. What was remarkable is that if the problem wasn't mathy, he had no problem at all, not just participating, but also leading the discussion. Again, great ideas, great character, fully engaged. But the minute something mathy came up on screen, he would lock up like this. And you couldn't quite tell what was going on. After a few weeks, we sat and talked about it, he and I together. The room had cleared out, and I asked him, have you noticed this pattern? Whenever something mathy comes up on the screen, you freeze. And he said, yeah, I mean, it hadn't really occurred to me, but maybe it's true, yeah. I said, well, let's try solving some problems together. And we sat and paired for about 5 or 10 minutes. And I put some code on the screen that had nothing to do with math, and he solved the problem quickly and easily. Whatever it was, some sorting problem or something like that, no big deal. And then, as part of the problem, I kind of changed it a little bit to introduce maybe some numbers. Like instead of sorting words, we sorted numbers, something like that. And suddenly he was lost. He couldn't see how it was related. He couldn't think about the algorithm. It didn't make any sense to him how he would solve this problem. And I was a bit sort of disturbed by this. I was like, well, that's fascinating. What is it about the numbers? Is it just numbers? He said, I don't know, but this is really weird. I don't know what's going on. Let me just think. And he was really trying as hard as he could to think through this problem. I said, okay, forget about this one. Let's try something else. What if we talk about maybe concatenating numbers, putting strings, putting things together, a few letters here and there. Okay, no problem. He could do that and kind of solve some interesting problem there. The minute we talked about putting numbers together somehow, whether it was arithmetically or treating them as text or whatever it was, doesn't matter. The minute numbers or anything that looked mathy showed up on the screen, he would lock up again. And so I asked him if he was aware of this experience, because for me it was brutally obvious. And within just a few seconds, we could make him comfortable and we could make him uncomfortable. We could make him effective, we could make him ineffective. And I asked him about his major. He said he really wanted to get into engineering, but he couldn't keep up with the math, and so now he's doing something else, I don't know what. I said, okay, great. How long have you been struggling with this? He said, so many years. And so this is where I kind of tip my hand and suggest to you that I actually think of myself as a learning therapist. I asked him, tell me about your most vivid memory around this kind of feeling that you're getting around, say, math on the screen in front of you. And he kind of tilted his head down and he smiled for a minute and he said, look, as far back as I can remember, this has been out of my comfort zone. But specifically now, what memory? Well, I do have this one memory, I'm not sure if it's related, where I'm sitting at the kitchen table. I'm 6.5 years old. It's kindergarten, maybe first grade, whatever it is. I've got books sprawled out in front of me. There's a bunch of numbers and math stuff. And my dad is standing next to me, yelling at me. It's breakfast, and I need to solve some pages of math before I go to school. I said, my God, man, that sounds traumatic. What was your dad thinking? No, he was really trying to help me out because, he was struggling with math when he was a kid. He couldn't get into the right career, and he was trying to get out of the town that he was living in, and so his parents didn't really pay attention to this stuff. He's trying to make up for it, I think. I'm not really sure. I should call him and ask him. I said, okay, so does recognizing that experience help you? Let's try the code again. No difference. I said, there's this exercise that I am aware of. It's a kind of a meditation we could do together, where we could spend a little bit of time exploring this feeling that you're having, and maybe that'll help kind of help you work through this. You want to try it? And we went through this exercise together, whatever the details are. It's some breathing and kind of visualization and so on. And about 10 minutes later, he sort of came out of a trance, and he said, yeah, maybe, I don't know if that worked or not, but I don't feel so anxious about this anymore. I said, well, let's go back to that first problem, the mathy one. And so we did, and he solved it. And he was surprised that he solved it. He was actually a little bit disoriented by how quickly he solved it. I said, oh, yeah, great, OK. I mean, that makes sense, because it's kind of similar to the one with the words. He said, yeah, exactly. I said, what about the second one? And he solved that. I said, isn't that bizarre? Just having a few minutes of sort of mindful embrace of the confusion of this experience that you had, maybe that's done something for you. The next day I came in to start the class, and he pulled me aside and he said, hey, you wouldn't believe it, but I actually went back last night and this morning, look at this. And he had gone back over the last couple of weeks, maybe 2 or 3 weeks of material, and solved every single problem that before had completely stumped him. Because he had now somehow relieved himself of this aversion, right? Somehow relieved himself of this sense of doom whenever numbers came up, actually, even though he maybe wasn't so comfortable with them. At least now he was able to welcome that confusion, to embrace that confusion. And I'm sharing this story with you because for me it's nothing short of miraculous that this individual, maybe 20, 21 years old at the time, who had spent almost his entire academic experience suffering and struggling because of this aversion to math, whatever that means, could, in a matter of some tens of minutes, change that experience. And maybe for you, the math isn't really a big deal. Maybe you have an advanced degree in mathematics. Good for you. But maybe there's something else that you or someone that you know, something else that you're struggling with or someone that you know is struggling with, that they're avoiding. And I want to suggest that embracing the confusion in this case is actually maybe the fastest way through. Now, to try and tie this back into blockchain, if I ask you how many conversations you've had throughout your academic and professional career where someone, another student or another teacher, or maybe an article or a book or a YouTube video or whatever, helped unlock some confusion for you, how many times has that happened? And how impossible is it for you to give credit to that other student, that other teacher, that other YouTube channel, whatever it might be? And so what's interesting for me about this technology is that blockchain, for the first time in human history, introduces this shared sense of time. A clock that pays people to keep it ticking, a clock that ticks in blocks, and into these blocks we can put anything we want. And so I wonder what would happen if we could arrange our school systems and our tutoring sessions and our teacher training sessions to encourage people to keep track of these moments of confusion and the relief of this confusion without necessarily worrying about the sorting hat and the GPAs and some of these other kind of summative details that we're focused on right now, and instead focus on the experience and keeping track of that experience. So if that's interesting for you, it's interesting for me. And that's where I think this is going. I'd love to talk to you about it afterwards. Any questions?
So is confusion heavily linked to shame?
Is confusion heavily linked to shame? I think it all depends on the narrative that you have, the story that you have. I think all of us here can relate that when you talk about school, most of it is a cat and mouse game where you're trying to trick your friends and the teacher, maybe your parents, your siblings, into believing that you're not confused, that everything's under control, because you belong somehow, and that you don't want to be kind of, excommunicated. You don't want to be, removed from that group. So big time linked to shame. Not just shame in a recoverable sense, but shame in an existential sense. Do I belong? Maybe I'm not keeping up fast enough. Maybe I'm not getting it quickly enough. It's absolutely terrifying if you think about it in those terms. And I think that a lot of us have internalized that because of these experiences that we've had growing up. Yes, very much linked to shame.
So how did you develop your ability to making something very completely, extremely complex into some very easily understand way to people?
How did I develop that skill to make complex easy to understand? I can tell you my trick as a teacher is actually quite simple. I see teachers as an obstacle to learning, fundamentally, because if I had the skill, I could flash into your mind what I already know, and then we could have a conversation as two experts in this particular domain or whatever. But instead, I have to, flap my mouth and, breathe at you so that your ears pick it up and, try and get my pictures into your head somehow. It's all very noisy and slow and inefficient. So it's much faster, I found, as a teacher, just to figure out as quickly as I possibly can how you see the world as a student. Everything about how you see it. What do you know? What are you good at? What do you struggle with? What does this problem mean to you? And once I get a sense of where you are, then I can sit next to you and talk about what I see over there. That seems to do the trick most of the time.
I think you are the most sophisticated therapist I have ever seen.
Oh, thanks. That's a great compliment. Yes, thank you. Any other questions?
Rashmi Rao, Stratic Limited.
Nice,
Sharif,
thanks.
thank you so much for sharing your experiential anecdotes to bring the session to life. I was curious about the ability to extend what you've just shared outside of the formal education structure, because there's so much about lifelong learning. And especially in an area like technology, I don't think any of us can ever call ourselves a technology expert. All we can strive to be is a student of technology, which moves at such pace. So curious about how the technology that we are talking about, the NEAR, has been applied, or the possibilities and use cases for lifelong learning.
Thank you. Let me see if I can get close to that question. The question of how does NEAR and what we're working on in education at NEAR relate to lifelong learning. So on a personal level, and some of my team, I've convinced them to believe with me that essentially all education is some arbitrarily curated sequence of content. The textbook you're reading, the lecture you're reading, because you're living in sort of time passing, you can only sort of hear one idea or read one chapter at a time. We're limited by that experience. The sequence, the order of these things is arbitrary. And what you include or exclude, the curation, is also arbitrary. And so what I think is interesting about this question of lifelong learning is that we could conceive of a system that incentivizes people to help curate and sequence content for their preference. And in that way, participate in an economy of learning throughout their life. So maybe just to kind of add a little bit more color to that, I can imagine a system where I decide I'm going to spend, let's say, a month learning about whatever, the Rust programming language, let's say. And I have some background in other programming languages. And so I might say, who else has my background that has this amount of time to learn this topic? And you can imagine over some months or years of using a system like this, there would be an answer to that question. These 200,000 people, actually, have a similar experience to your background and had a month to study this particular target. And those 200,000 people had this to say about the curation, about the sequence, about the questions they had, about the answers they had. And in that way, I might benefit from all of those people. The money that I would spend, let's say, to make my learning more efficient, could accrue to those people that spent time curating and sequencing this content maybe last month or last year. And in that economy, every time that I spend, let's say, every minute I spend correcting an article, adding a new explanation, recording, my own solution, is something of an investment that I'm making in the system that would pay me back over the life of that lesson. Something like that would be interesting, I think. Any other questions? We may have a grant for that system if anybody's interested in building it, by the way. Any other questions? Okay, if not, thank you so much for your attention. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sharif. Was anyone confused? Because if you are confused, good, embrace it. Yeah, so thank you again, Sharif, for challenging us, helping us to learn better. Now, he mentioned a bit about Nia, and that's going to really lay the groundwork for our final session. If there were ever a cherry on top of the Open Web Forum, then I think this final session would be an entire Black Forest gâteau. So at 4:30, we'll be back for a fireside chat between Richard's own managing partner, Richard Muirhead, Fabric's own managing partner, Richard Muirhead, and the CEO of the Nia Foundation, Marieke Flamont. So be back here in about 50 minutes for that. Thanks very much. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Super. All right, just give everyone 10 seconds. Perfect. So this is it. It's the final session of the Open Web Forum 2022. I hope everyone's keeping cool. It's pretty toasty outside. Keep hydrated, you know, all that good stuff. On behalf of Fabric, we all hope you've had a wonderful time the last 3 days. It's really been a pleasure to host you here. CogX will, of course, be returning in 2023, and we hope to see you then as well. But without further ado, if you missed Richard's keynote this morning, well, then this is your second chance to try and catch him. He's going to be sitting down with Marieke Flamand, the CEO of the NEAR Foundation, to discuss how the open web enables a more fair, open, and prosperous economy. So a big round of applause, please.
You go first, lady.
Okay.
Step around the furniture. Can you hear us?
It's weird.
Exactly. I think we need to. Actually, it's not so bad once you get going. I've found you. Thank you. I brought my own little paper cup, very badly behaved. So thank you to everybody for joining us. And I seem to have started talking first, but the idea is not that I'm particularly leading the conversation, but that we're
But
chatting.
you have the tendency to do that.
Occasionally, but you have the tendency to have the last word. No, I'm not sure either is true. We actually haven't known each other super long, but obviously in the kind of Web3 world, 25 minutes can feel like a very long time, particularly at this moment. And I think in the world in general, of course, we've been living through, those weeks when decades can occur, rather those decades where nothing seems to happen, as I think either Lenin or Marx put it. And so the idea is that we just have a chat, maybe about what has driven us to this point. And I am going to hand over the baton, if you will, and get things kicked off. With a bit of a kind of origin story from Marieke's perspective of how she got into the space, and then we can bring it all together. And I think we'll find plenty of different topics to get into, but we're also extremely happy to open it up to the audience and see if people want to kind of get involved in the conversation. Perhaps not invite everybody up onto the stage, but like metaphorically at least, go in that direction. Obviously I've cheated. I know a little bit of your path into Web3, not just at NEAR, but in your earlier part of your career. But maybe you can tell me something I didn't know about how you got to this point. But you are like superbly well qualified to be doing what you're doing. But give us an intro.
Cool. Well, super happy to be here. An intro to, so by background, I'm a computer science engineer. I don't know if you knew that. I finished my studies actually in China, in Shanghai. So I first learned Mandarin to finish my computer science degree. And then I worked for LVMH luxury group across Asia. Did an MBA because I understood that I understood nothing about business. So went back to London, and that's where I studied. And then went into strategy consulting. Realized it was not necessarily for me. I'm a doer and need to do stuff. And then after that, worked for Expedia, which was amazing. And it's when I was at Expedia that I got a call from a headhunter at the time who said, hey, there's this startup in Bitcoin. Do you want to join? I was like, OK, you're out of your mind. This is for drug dealers. That was back end of 2015, right? And so the mainstream image actually of Bitcoin, because at the time it was not blockchain, was not very good. But I was very lucky because actually that was working for Jeremy Allaire, who leads Circle, and so who's a very renowned entrepreneur. And I jumped in. It took me a while to figure out if I could jump in. And then I helped build a business for 4 years, so the business of Circle across Europe, and then also helped globally on, in particular, marketing. And so I've been already through, I'm sure we'll talk about like winter and what it means and drastic movement into the market. I also then, in 2018, I had a kid and I decided to change slightly things, and the company was moving from B2C to B2B. So I went more traditional. I worked in a bank for NatWest. I led Metal, which is a neobank, so I was the CEO of Metal. And then Near reached out last summer, and when they reached out, I thought, oh my God, if what they say is true, if the tech that they describe really exists, then this is the real deal. And the people I met and what I could see from the technology were just phenomenal. And so I'm actually, I think, very lucky to be working for Near.
I think we're both lucky to be involved with NEAR, and maybe to explain, Marike is running the NEAR Foundation, and we can actually, it's an interesting topic to dig into what that even means and how it sort of functions. It's a good example of really a new form of organization, frankly, that is decentralized in a bunch of different ways, and is much more sort of championing a movement and building an ecosystem than running things in a very kind of top-down manner. But to jump on some of the things you said, I think I was going to say something cheeky about, like, we forgive you for working for a bank, but in this particularly in this sort of DeFi, DGen environment, but maybe I almost refrain from doing so, because obviously we're at a time when we're having to deal with a lot of challenges, even systemic ones within the space. So we should show sort of, I think, a humility in the face of that. And I think other topics we can pick up on is that I also had the good fortune to meet Jeremy Allaire at different points in his journey, and look, he's a super approachable guy. I'm sure you know him better than I did, but I met him when he had sold his video enterprise video business, and then I then met him again when he was pitching Circle. Who's familiar with Circle, by the way, in the audience? Roughly speaking, yeah, because it's pretty mainstream. It's been around for quite a while, and done a really good job of grasping the overall opportunity, and then and working out what needs to be built and done, and then building businesses around that. Again, you would know better. But I was just going to say, and I think this is relevant to the times we're sort of living in, Jeremy has just a conviction, a level of conviction, and I think a clarity of communication, and a style of kind of getting up and just breaking down, look, there's this enormous market opportunity here, and being comfortable that I don't know exactly what steps D3 to Z are going to be. I can work out what ABC is, but I'm just going to be, but I know where I'm going to end up. So I'm just going to take him, and I'm going to show great positivity and energy, and I'm going to do what's necessary right now and today, and we'll work it out. And I think he's had very good success with Circle. Would you agree?
I completely agree, and I think that's the trait of visionary, right? Which in a way, it's like, visionary are able to see the world. They're able to actually glue things together, and it makes sense. And I think working for people like that is absolutely fantastic. And I would say Ilya, who's the co-founder of Near, is exactly the same fashion. And I think it's absolutely amazing to work for people like that, because you can see through their eyes. They see things that we don't, or at least I don't think I see them. But then having an opportunity to say, okay, I see where you want to go, and I can do 1, 2, 3. And one thing I find fascinating is that, in particular with that type of leader, every time you have a one-on-one, you feel like, okay, now I caught up, right? I'm up to the level to what you said. And when you think you reached out, then they're again like 20 steps ahead. But I think that's really stimulating also from like a thinking perspective and how you can change the world, because sometimes, we all have those grand ideas of open web is better, it's going to create fairer economies and better distribution and so on and so forth. But sometimes it can feel like intangible, right? And how do you actually get to that? So I think definitely I would agree. And the other thing, and the other trait I would add is resilience, because it is very, very hard to go through that. And I remember Circle, when I joined, was less than 50 people. The number of people who, number one, thought I was completely crazy and out of my mind. And number two, the number of people to whom I actually pitched, what is Circle, what is the app? And at the time, I used to give Bitcoin to people a lot, because we had Circle Pay, which was like an app. Just give me your phone number and I can send you Bitcoin. And people used to think that this was completely crazy and insane, right? And it took like a long time to completely iterate on the same message until you finally crack through. So I think a level of resilience when you are like at that level, I think is also really important.
And as you said, the way I sometimes think about sort of the entrepreneur's role in, I sometimes phrase it kind of stretching the bungee. You use bungee, and you probably,
no, but
everyone use the word bungee. When you're sort of trying to fix something to a car roof, whatever, you kind of like, you got to sort of stretch the bungee like so far, like so it doesn't snap, because obviously it snaps back in your face or whatever. But that's always your role to be doing that, and so getting that teamwork between that visionary drive and that leadership, and then the team that's got to make sure that it all kind of you get traction is super important. And so I had been fortunate enough to also encounter the NEAR team by way of several introductions. That sometimes I think it's always a positive reinforcement when you get introduced several different directions with the same positive reference. Back in 2019, I think right at the beginning of 2019 originally, and with a view to whether or not I would join the council. And so I wanted to kind of kick off a conversation about, or a little kind of passage here about, what is the foundation? How does the council sort of sit within there? I had been there a couple of years when I was introduced to you as a prospective CEO. Had the opportunity to go for a run and chat things through. Walks or runs, either of them, they can be really good ways of doing things. But yeah, I'll leave it to you. Like, how is it functioning, and how is it different from a normal council that you might be working with, or a normal board, and how is it different from a normal organization, and maybe like, where is it and where is it going?
Yeah, and I think so. That's one of the things that in a decentralized ecosystem. It's quite different actually from centralized organization, whereby if you have actually a top-down organization, it's actually quite simple in a way, because you set the vision, the mission, and then you get the team to do it. In a decentralized ecosystem, every pebble plays its own role, and so the foundation in the NEAR ecosystem is only one of those pebbles, and it's only one of the things that actually has and plays a role within that. The origin of the NEAR Foundation is actually interesting. So within the entire open web space, it's actually very important to abide by decentralization. And therefore, one of the key things is actually making sure that the technical teams and the people who are working on the protocol and on applications are not the same team, also that the ones that are looking, for example, after the treasury or are making governance decisions and so on and so forth. So if you think of how NEAR was created, NEAR started in 2018, by the way, in the last bear market. So that was, no noise, no hype, just build. And then over time, the team grew, the token became alive, and then there's need to actually decentralize and unplug the team and the protocol from actually the rest of the operation. So that's what happened actually 2019. And so the foundation, what do we do as a foundation? We have basically 3 mandates. One is we're here to help raise awareness very broadly. What is open web? What is Web3? What is NEAR? Number 2, we're help to support. So we do look after quite a large part of the treasury of NEAR. How can we help support entrepreneurs and builders, whether it's directly from us, or actually it's via grant program or via ecosystem funds that we continuously decentralize in the ecosystem. And part number 3 is actually how can we help stimulate the right governance and have the right regulatory engagement within the ecosystem. The thing I still find to this day most challenging is that, again, we're only one pebble within the ecosystem. Yes, a pebble that has quite a lot of influence, but we cannot do everything. And there is almost, a default pass back of the entire ecosystem to go back to the foundation. And that's something that, sometimes we struggle with, because we want to help and we want to do it. But we could do that 6 months ago or a year ago. Today we can't. The number of projects and builders and the number of DAOs and the number of people that are building on NEAR is just astonishing. We've passed 14 million wallets. We have over 700 active DAOs and the same number of active projects. So it's not possible for an organization barely of 70 people to just look after that entire thing. So I think that's when, thinking through what do I not do, which is the opposite of what you would do in a traditional organization.
I was going to prompt you to talk about kind of nearby the numbers, which you started doing there, but also maybe for folks listening into our very private fireside chat, kind of what is the vision for where NEAR wants to get to? Because if we go back through a little bit through the history of blockchains and sort of layer ones, and there was this kind of time when Bitcoin obviously was the whole story, and people described a little bit Bitcoin as being like internet protocol. It was like that IP stack, that technology stack was going to be the thing upon which all applications were built, and it was a little bit sacred and we shouldn't touch it and whatever. People tried to do that, different sort of colored coins and Mastercoin, and people are still trying to do it with things like Rootstock and so forth, but then then there's the shift to Ethereum, and people actually thought they were pretty crazy at the time with attempting to do what they're doing and build this sort of world computer, and that turned out to be reasonably successful, at least for a few applications. And then the challenge was how to get this thing to scale, and scale in terms of cost, also scale in terms of transaction speed. And so a lot of people came up and started the little bit that were called kind of Ethereum killers. And in a sense, they were never Ethereum killers. The idea was not, it's not a zero-sum game. There's a lot of room. It was felt back then for many different chains to succeed. And they were more kind of like Ethereum flankers. It was like, let's try and solve some of these same problems. We have a bit of the advantage of having a bit of a clean sheet of paper, and let's execute fast and do that and build our own community. If we roll forward to where we are now, rather than having kind of a half a dozen folks who are kind of operating alongside Ethereum at layer 1, which and that's probably the big ones, number that many. We're in a world where actually there's about 115 layer 1 blockchains out there, and we counted for a pound. We did like 22 different bridges. And even though I was just talking to someone who'll remain nameless about the topic of kind of aggregating bridges and so forth, we seem to be heading to what you could think of as a very cross-chain, multi-chain kind of world, upon which all of these different decentralized applications are going to be built. So I guess the question I was going to pose is where does Near sort of see themselves fit within that story? What are you looking to achieve? What's victory? And you got some numbers you laid out there. How does that compare to other players? And how are you going to be certain that you've got to where you want to be?
Yeah, so the one big motivation we have is actually users, right? Can we get to 1 billion users doing something on Near Protocol? Whether they know that it's on Near Protocol or not, doesn't matter, right? And actually success is pretty if they don't know that it's on Near Protocol. But so that's the big thing that we follow on. So forget about, price, forget about TVL, forget about all those metrics. It's really like about usage. And then to get to that, I think one of the fundamental things is actually usability, right? Is the protocol really usable for users, for end users, but also for developers? And that's really hard to achieve. And actually, I think that's where Near in its original design is pretty phenomenal, because as an end user, you can have experiences that look much more like Web 2. For example, we do a partnership with Sweat as an app. Near is embedded. It's completely transparent for the end user. So I think that's pretty magic. Like accounts, Marik.near or whatever, like those are seamless. And the way you can handle your keys, it's also seamless.
You got Marik.near?
I do.
Yeah, I guess you were going to. I thought I was privileged to get Richard.near, but
But no, that was someone else. So those things are really important, but also usability for developers, right? So if you want to get to 1 billion users, you actually need a lot of developers to develop a lot of things that are going to be ultimately used. And so, we've announced last week at Consensus, but we are also JavaScript enabled. And, within the crypto landscape, it's true, it's a lot about Rust and Solidity, and that's great, but those are like super ninja coding skills, right? And so not everybody is actually attuned to being able to do that. Now, if we have a platform that's also open to JavaScript, that's also opening up new possibilities, and actually it's opening up, therefore, more developers to create more things for more users to get. So for us, it's really about this end user game. It's like, can we get 1 billion users on the Near protocol? Can we therefore create an economy that's self-sustainable on the Near protocol? To your point earlier on, there's often like Ethereum killers, or one chain versus several chains. We are much more like about interoperability and plurality into chains. Now, if you ask me, is it going to be 5, 10? I don't know, but definitely several, because several have different attributes for certain things. And for example, we have a way to bridge from Ethereum to Near, which is seamless and fantastic, which is Aurora. The CEO of Aurora, by the way, is here, so I highly encourage anyone interested to speak with Alex. But we do have ways to actually create those bridges that are completely seamless, right?
Yeah, so one way someone on our team was describing the way it might sort of work is that rather than it being like the current Web 2 world of infrastructure, back-end infrastructure, where you have Amazon and just a few other players that dominate, like sort of half a dozen, where you run your apps, dominated by AWS. It's rather a way of thinking about it is like the world we have today with mobiles, where there are many devices, many versions, and so forth, and apps kind of need to be compatible with all of these effectively to work. And so there's levels of abstraction that deliver that cross-chain capability that people are building. It's an interesting area, I think, of development if people are looking to build things. And also, that you've got this topic of, you mentioned JavaScript, capabilities on Near and getting away from some more arcane languages. That speaks to one of the opportunities that we see, which is that at the end of the day, if we were to put a number on how many people are developing in Web3 today, I think someone talks about sort of 18,000 or whatever.
It's tiny.
But I think, and I heard someone challenge that the other day. They say, well, that's
well, it's only full-time people, right? Because I think how many people are actually, and I know that from my team at Metal, the number of folks who were doing stuff on blockchain but had a full-time job probably don't count in that. So.
Yeah, exactly. So there may be some not counted, but even then, I think within the 18,000, some of them. Maybe not full-time focus, but it's not many. The total number of developers in the world is more like 40, 50 million by some measure, probably not getting into kind of Excel macros or something, but reasonably kind of professional developers. So it's literally a drop in the ocean. So the question is, how do we facilitate talented people coming in from academia, from other startups, from Web 2 companies, and into the space? And so, we've been looking collectively. We have a program at CogX, Fabric called CogX, which is about investing in talent effectively at the idea stage, and then facilitating everything for them to come up to speed with whatever appropriate technology stack. And as you said, Near has this very open, inclusive approach to, a rising tide is going to float all boats, just like a falling one can reveal who's not wearing any swimming trunks, and so that you want to encourage that, and that was one of the big attractions to me from the kind of the ethos when I was sort of looking at joining in. And of course, as a venture investor, or as a venture contributor, as we like to call it, we also have a similar approach. Whilst we're invested in various different ways with Near, we're not exclusively invested in Near, when we've got a lot of different sort of participations, and so we're looking to see how we can collaborate and get people into the community. And it's kind of like you don't force anyone to drink. You just say, like, here's some great technology stack. Here's the capabilities. You make up your mind. What you want to do. But that way we're going to move everything.
But I think for that to happen, there's there's two things. One, there's actually the mainstream narrative is still very much about price, and actually what's happening right now doesn't help, right? So it's very much Bitcoin price. It's very much this is not sustainable. It's very much about the impact on climate. So there is a broad stream narrative that actually doesn't help recruiting people in. That needs to change. Again, what's currently happening doesn't help. But for example, on sustainability, there is a different way to actually do blockchain that is completely carbon neutral. So Near is audited, we're carbon neutral. The biggest carbon footprint we have actually is our team, because we even, we take into account the entire ecosystem. And it's actually people traveling that are creating a footprint and an impact. So mainstream narrative needs to change, because when that changes, then people can actually join in. Then the second part, and Sherif is here, leads our education program, but education is really important, right? What is it actually like? What is open web? What is Web3? What do we mean? How can you actually start getting your feet in? How can you start and try, right? Like, look at the tools. And we believe the being open, inclusive, and being also very local is really important. So our approach is also to be very local, because speaking English is still very much a privilege. And so if you can speak in the local language and have the local community, then you can actually do that. It's going to take a long time. My hope, and we've seen that over the last 6 months, the amount of Web 2 talent going into Web 3, and I'm sure you're seeing the same, is humongous, right? It's just, there's a wave and the tide. And I'm not seeing that stop, even though the last couple of weeks have been very turbulent. I'm still seeing a lot of people who are in Web 2 and who are saying, like, this is it. I can see it. I understand it. This is going to change the world, and so I want to join.
So maybe we can come back to that change the world question, because I'm sort of thinking about it, and we've been gradually, I think, maybe defining a little bit what sort of Near stands for, but it may be useful to talk about, what are the core capabilities of the open web, of Web3, that make for really interesting applications. Why is it going to change the world? I mean, at Fabric, we kind of talk about its superpower as being the ability to convene and coordinate people, to collaborate around quite complex tasks, to share their identity, the data, and the value, and so forth. But Marie may have her own kind of version of that. And look, I think I totally agree. We're seeing a great talent come into the space, and with each wave, we see not just more people, but with different skills. And in particular, this time, of course, we've seen talent that generates intellectual property, be it musical or from, in drama or in graphic design or in, Hollywood, Bollywood, and indeed athletics and other types of sport. They've been coming in, so that's been interesting.
Yeah,
it's been the understanding that actually that it creates an opportunity to connect that talent with fans in a totally different way. So that's been a way forward, and maybe some examples that you want to kind of talk about there. But I just wanted to talk about the thing that is still a brake on progress for us. So I think the sustainability question, and Nir, I think, addresses it very squarely, is also still a little bit of a distraction, even when you're talking about Bitcoin and proof of work, because net, I think it drives an optimization of systems towards renewables and in general, computer systems. I think it's a distraction, and unfortunately, even at the kind of governmental level across Europe, that becomes the main stick with which to beat the kind of the industry. So I think we do need to proactively navigate that by explaining why maybe this is not the point. However, on the other side, having incentives baked into a software platform so that you build an app and you can give incentives to people to participate and participate positively in the network, so that, if you rebuild Uber, the drivers and the riders can own pieces of it and benefit from it. We're looking at projects like that. Or if you took Twitter and did what is called the Elon drop, and then gave everybody who's been a good participant in the Twitterverse a piece of the Twitter pie, and everybody owned it and had a stake in the upside, you can see how that could, that incentives would work. Now, it's just the case that you can't have that incentive layer and have it work in a reflexive, network effect manner up, and then not have it work down if things are not operating. And that's obviously the thing we need to kind of help balance, and hopefully in different ways kind of dampen through these cycles. I want to be careful, we don't want to reject that, because it's so potent for solving problems we wouldn't be able to solve together otherwise. But we do just have to acknowledge that it means that if people are along for the ride and things move down very fast, that, then they can, as the industry likes to say, they can get wrecked. So we have to be proactive about the kind of the policy approach we take around that. But I mean, back on the kind of sort of sport and creatives and what are your favorite ways in which the world can be improved? I mean, I think more sport and getting more money to more creatives in the long tail, that is a way of improving the world.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's been fascinating actually to see some of those big use cases, actively chasing Nir actually and wanting to find a chain and how to build on that. And so, for example, SailGP is a sailing competition that's been created by Larry Ellison, and we're actually looking at how can a DAO buy a team in a professional sports. And that, I think, is fascinating. So it has a lot of challenges, right? So how do you do that from a legal and compliance perspective? And as you were saying, our view on that is long term, right? We're not buyers of hype, but actually, how do we build things long term that will actually fit within and also help protect society? So, but that concept of like redefining fandom, I find that fascinating, and I think that's really interesting to see. We've basically recently also partnered with Sweatcoin. So Sweat is an app. Actually, it was created in the UK. They have 100 million actually users, which is gigantic. But now they're embedded into Nir, and so as a user, the app was prone to be actually on crypto, but was not on crypto. And so now it is, and it's built on Nir. In the last 2 months, it's created over 10 million wallets on Nir, which means that now we are 8% of the total wallet creation in the world. So that's also another thing that's huge. Is like, how can you have onboarding from Web 2 to Web 3 and have therefore a participation in the economy? So you move, you walk, therefore you get actually economic incentive to be healthy and fit. So I think that's also really interesting. That goes into the category that we call X to earn, right? So learn to earn. We have another one, Open Forest Protocol, planting trees to actually earn. We need reforestation, super important. The tracking of that, the actually tracking of carbon credit is massively important. Well, Open Forest Protocol signed a deal with Côte d'Ivoire. 20% of the entire reforestation is going on that protocol. So those categories, and some people in crypto say, oh, the X2Earn movement is gone. I completely disagree. I actually think we're just starting to see the tip of the iceberg on that. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see the impact it can have, because if you map that to then we can be organized totally differently, and DAOs are a very good example, right? You can have local community people, key people who have a shared common goal, self-organize. I think if you map, X2Earn, can organize yourself differently. Well, the way we work is completely gone out of the window, and so we can reinvent what we do and probably, focus more on the potential that we have and what we actually want to achieve. So I think that is the type of stuff that I think is really interesting. Now, the other side of that, and we need to think about it, is like what could go wrong, right? What happens when that doesn't go the way you were planning? And that's where, science fiction actually is a good place to read and to get very scared about, if you read Ready Player One, is that the world we want to create? I don't think that's the world that we should create. So that's one, is like, how do we actually think very through and thoroughly through what we build? And the other part is regulation. And I think, maybe having worked in a bank, but also having been exposed to other things, I think at heart, regulation is here to protect consumers. It has good intentions. And so finding and fulfilling those good intentions becomes really, really important and fundamental. Doesn't mean to apply the existing frameworks because they don't work, but it means actually having at heart, like, what does it mean to protect end users?
So I feel like I've been talking about how the people's view that the regulation is like the Achilles heel of the space is precisely wrong for many years, and I feel like maybe I should be stopping now, but I think actually the truth is we're only just getting to the point to really think through regulation that is fit for purpose in the space, and not just fit for purpose. What I mean by the kind of Achilles heel point is that I think we maybe got beyond the point that everybody thinks that Bitcoin is just for drug dealers, or that you're entirely anonymous if you use the Bitcoin network and so forth.
You're not.
The truth is that you can work out exactly who is moving what money where on these networks. You can allow possibly even for kind of compliance to regulation to occur on a per transaction level in real time. So that the potential is there to build systems that are frankly way more compliant and avoid much more money laundering and corruption than any of the existing banking system. But that's not going to happen unless there's a kind of, from a blank sheet of paper, rethinking of how you apply regulation to the space. So I think it's a huge opportunity actually to get that right. But it's not going to happen if we're just being told, like, you're emitting too much carbon, or you're just out and out to
but that's why I'm excited.
Currency.
That's why I'm excited about what we're trying to do, right? Because I think actually it's part of the dialogue, right? It's like, okay, we do have as technologists, I think, a role to play and a duty to help bridge the gap into like, well, this is the possibilities of what we can do, and therefore we also can, listen to what regulators are trying to do and bridge that gap. And it's often not easy because it's two different cultures confronting each other, right? And it takes a lot of time and effort, and it takes really a lot of resources to articulate clearly and so on and so forth. But I agree with you. I think, especially in Europe, we've seen, I don't know why it's always on a Friday. It's always on a Friday afternoon. The regulators are issuing statements that are so blunt that then we have to say like, oh, no, cannot do that. And then a bunch of people end up working the entire weekend to try to say like, please don't do that. But it's always on a Friday.
Yeah, someone should tip us the wink a little bit earlier than that, so it doesn't have to be sort of Friday work. So we're sort of coming up to about sort of 10 minutes to go, so I wanted to just challenge everybody to think of some questions. If I said I would cold call people for a question, I wonder if they'd leave. Oh, we got them straight out of the gate, so why don't we do that? Because it's very easy to run out of time on these things.
Maybe say it and we can repeat it so that people hear it, yeah.
Here we go.
Perfect.
You were talking about increasing Web3 user base and developer base as well during the conversation, which was very interesting, by the way. what will drive the increased revenues into the Web3 ecosystem, which will ultimately pay the developer salaries for the increased developer base? For example, would that be increased uptake of commercial applications of Web3? And also related to that, how can you attract more users to Web3 technologies and make it easier to explain and for ordinary people to be able to understand Web3? Thank you.
I think maybe the user one first. Like, the ultimate goal for users is not to have to explain, right? It should do something that is actually changing things for you, right? So the incentive for you to want to use it, I think that would be that one. Do you want to take the other one, economics?
Yeah, I mean, so maybe in a sense to combine the two of them together, one of my favorite examples for a Web3 application always was, and it's going on a slight limb here, always was a decentralized version of Uber. It would seem that something that is fundamental as the ability to get around from A to B should not be something that is owned by a private company necessarily, and one that is driven by a just pure profit incentive ultimately, and not just because of the users, but also because of the drivers, because you want a fair deal for everybody. So it seems like, I mean, I used to call it, wait for it, Duber. That something like that could and should exist. And actually, one of the 5 Alexanders who were working with Near, Sasha, had written a piece, it turned out, when we first started interacting, and you can find it online, about a decentralized Uber. And so I'll get to my point here about user adoption, also about where the revenues are going to come from. And so you can conceive of something that is owned by the drivers, owned by the users, therefore kind of better for them because they have some participation and a share in the upside and the profits. And then any profits that exist from people coming in and paying for journeys can get distributed around. But beyond that, one of the benefits in the Web3 space should be that a driver doesn't just perhaps get a better straightforward economic deal, but they also can own their reputation, so that their history of drives they've done and how many stars they've got and how many comments they got and what that was, rather than being owned by Uber, is owned by them. And therefore, simplistically, that means D-Lift or whatever can then go and grab that information and use that in the context of the driver participating in Lyft. But even more than that, perhaps there's another application being built where that information can be extracted. And so my point about the revenues so that's how you attract users, because it's fundamentally should be a better service, because if you have more drivers, you can have more users. It means you can get a better coverage at a lower price. And there are people trying to build that and work out how do we get away from the incumbents and build these new services. And there's going to be clear revenues there, and the revenues that's the revenue that's going to pay the developers' bills, because there's an application that's actually out there and working. I hope that comes to pass. Again, if you've got some ideas, let us know.
Thank you very much. I look forward to Duber.
Yeah.
Hi. My question is, during the last 1 or 1.5 years, there was a lot of initiatives, especially grant programs for many of our ecosystems. It could be like Near, Polkadot, Harmony, and so on. And it's huge funds which were distributed among the different projects. And a lot of these projects were building something really, really complicated. And in most cases, they are not deliver actually some expected business value, or maybe doesn't gather any users by the end. So my question, how we can redesign the system of receiving grants, or maybe that could be another Y Combinator who will deliver really interesting and really valuable for end users projects, and actually organized by Near or any other ecosystem. So what is wrong with that right now?
It's a very good question. It's a very good question. So it's true, look, giving grants out without too much guidance in a world that is quite complicated, where people are trying to figure out what's going on, is very difficult. So the idea you're talking about, we actually are working on that very actively. A lot of other people are working on that, trying to figure out what's the Y Combinator of the Web3 and how do we help that. Pagoda, for example, which is one of the company within the Near ecosystem, is also working on like toolkit for developers and entrepreneurs, like things that are make it easier. Because what we figured also is that the pipeline is always the same. It's like you build stuff, you need to figure out your token economics, you need to figure out your legal, you need to hire a team, you need to launch your product, you need to find use. So like it's always there's like a playbook that can be applied to that. And yet we end up giving often the same advice. So systematically having that playbook, having something that is more guided for people so they can go through is definitely a way. We do give milestones. We try to check on projects more and more often, so that also helps. But yeah, but we're working actively on what you mentioned. So if you are interested, please let me know. There is quite a lot of work to do on that.
And I'll echo that, just that you know, there's a reason why Y Combinator has been very successful in producing great outcomes. Because of the ecosystem and connections it brings together and the approach it takes. And so I think it's good to think about what that would look like in the Web3 space and make sure it's adapted to that. And then indeed that's happening at Near and elsewhere. And you know, I've already mentioned our sort of CogX program. It's not quite Y Combinator, but it's definitely an attempt to learn by doing what it is required in the space and to operate. And broadly speaking, we want to get like initial 100K investment checks to 100 different entrepreneurs in the next 12 months. That's the kind of scale that we're operating that on. And where we can adopt some of the tooling, either from Near or elsewhere, that helps us plug into DAOs for identifying talent or expertise or additional top-up funding or whatever it is that's, you know, that's intrinsic to this ecosystem, then we totally want to do that. That all being said, we're talking about things not working out, and it probably this probably wasn't your point, but it may be worth just reinforcing. At the end of the day, we have to embrace failure, yes, preferably fast failure, because it is impossible to really kind of, you know, stake out a proverbial kind of moonshot and go for it and expect, you know, even Elon had 3 rocket launch failures before the 4th one, you know, kind of worked after he'd put all his money to work. So,
especially at the speed, I think, at which we go, right? So the approach, because you said something that was interesting, like, I actually disagree with like the statement of, you know, a lot of those have not worked. It's true, a lot haven't worked, but a lot have worked out. And actually it's been an amazing fuel for talent and for starting to have people build on it. So then it's, you know, it's a price on what's the cost to actually attract more talent within it, right? But the approach has definitely been like, you know, try 1,000 different things, because within that, and we have a framework for like, you know, who's behind, what's the deal, like we actually look at it very thoroughly, but even through that, you never know, right? So where's the next Twitter, where's the next Elon Musk and all that? And I think it's quite important to have that lens still to encourage.
I always love the story from Paul Graham at Y Combinator, how you know, when effectively it was Dropbox and Airbnb that made up like 90% of the market cap of the companies they'd built at that point in time. I think it was around 2010 or 12, something like that, he was saying it. And he was just asked the question, you know, by the end of the Y Combinator process, did you know it was going to be those companies, or even the stage after that? And the answer was like point blank no. Yeah. And then, you know, the worst case is, even if there is failure, and it is important to try and, you know, build an ecosystem, which is what we're doing here, that embraces the possibility of failure, or even the beauty of failure, that you can cycle back, you know, as someone who's passionate about the space and has got a talent, into another project fast, and then that helps another project. And so you haven't entirely failed for sure. You know, you've taken your lessons there. Don't get me wrong, I'm not diminishing how painful it can be to go through that process. I've had plenty of those processes myself.
Richard, thank you both for a really interesting debate, but there's something you mentioned a little earlier which I'd like to pick up on. You mentioned the word education. Is it not time that we started to educate the next generation of young people who are coming into this ecosystem? Have we not reached the tipping point where we actually have something to offer, and we should come together in some shape or form to help people find that transition from education into employment in this particular space? Interested in your comments, please.
Yeah, thank you. Very good question. So obviously, yes, education Near Foundation has a very large education program, and the purpose of educating people is to actually find a job, right? It's like, how can you actually find something within the ecosystem? How can you also prepare yourself for the next generation of what's happening? I think today it's fundamental to have that flexibility of actually what's the next thing that's coming, and how can we actually train and retrain different people. So we do that. We actually have a fellowship program, which I think is also a very good way to help people take that leap of faith and actually have that space where they can figure out, can I do something there? Is it helpful? Again, we're trying and trying to figure different things out, but I think it's almost a duty to help people be ready for the next stage. And one last thing on education, I actually think it's fundamental to have diversity and inclusion in education, because if the people who end up building the next generation of products are always the same people, we're going to have a big problem down the line. So I think it's extremely important that we remain extremely open, diverse, and inclusive on that front.
So I couldn't agree more with all of that, and we try and underline those priorities at Fabric. But I will say one thing, which is that yes, maybe we can promote Web3 and educate the younger people, but there's an extra benefit to that is that half the time, of course, it is very much the next generation who are educating us, especially in this space. There are people as young as 17 or 18 that we've been talking to about actively becoming part of the Fabric team, and we're very actively engaging with not just MBA programs, but universities and computer science departments, and not quite schools yet, but that would be great to do that over time. And in collaboration with any of you, and indeed Marie Kinnear. I think we're being
out of time. Yeah,
out of time.
It's flashing at us.
Big red zeros. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you all too.
No noise, no hype, just build. I think that's something we can all take away to how Near started back in the day. And I'll see you all next year. That's a wrap for the Open Web Forum. In 15 minutes, though, there is going to be Michael Abrash on the other side of the room if you switch your headphones to green. But otherwise, thank you so much for joining us all, and see you soon.
Breathe in. Now I took what I want, but you find